Hello, how are we everyone? Sorry for not streaming yesterday. I had crazy stomach problems and ended up sleeping for like a good 18 hours because I just felt like shit. I'm gonna put on music, I'm gonna get to work. And hopefully we'll have a rival stream. Oh, hang on, my audio capture's not capturing. There it is. Alright. To work we go. Yeah! Well spent. Well spent. It looks nice today. Thank you. Yeah, I did a cool thing called washing my fringe. I appreciate that. Hey, did we see that, I mean, my Discord people know that Sora OpenAI has shut down, or they're shutting down? There is indeed good news in the world. Mods ban Brigley. Not being well. I mean, I wasn't well yesterday. I'm still feeling kind of icky now, but that's okay. Fuck, we don't have any mods, it's true. Life is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. I said it on Twitter, but I truly believe NVIDIA is one of the things that cause this, because not enough money is being made from AI, so there's like billions going into it. Oh, we do have a mod. Thanks, Alice. So there's like billions going into it, but not enough coming out of it to like make that money back. Because of course it costs so much money to run all these fucking data centers that are taking all the Earth's water, by the way. But there's so much money going to them, not enough's coming out. And also the public perception of AI is now negative. It's like incredibly negative, especially for creatives, right? And it's, you know, it's bad when even gamers hate it. And I say that because a lot of gamers, especially men, right? They tend to be incredibly conservative, right? And AI, pro AI stuff kind of leans within conservative circles because it tends to be stupid people. And when the gamers, well, even the gamers were going, this is shit. That's how you know there's a problem here. There's a real problem here. Even they are going, nah, this is arse. Oh, that does not look good to investors. That your audience, your consumer, your customer is going, I hate this. En masse, they're going, I hate this, right? Unbelievable. The pushback from DLSS 5 was incredible. And they're doubling down. The NVIDIA CEO is doubling down and saying, no, you're the problem. You know, it's great when the creator of something, like a corporate creator of something is going, no, trust me, it's good. All you consumers are the problem for not liking it. You know it's going to be a hit. It's going to be an absolute hit when they do that. The customer's always right, unless I put billions of dollars into it. Then they're wrong. It's so funny. I really do believe that NVIDIA has contributed to this. When the AI bubble eventually pops, we're getting closer and closer. Sora and OpenAI shutting down is like, it's so nearly popped. Nvidia is going to be something that contributed to it because they released an AI slop product that no one wanted. No one. Absolutely no one wanted it. I have seen not a single defense for the DLSS 5. Just none. Oh, I'm so excited. Kason, you have to read the rules of it because I will read or watch a series, but it has to be a digestible one, as in it can't be something that's like hundreds and hundreds of chapters or hundreds of episodes. YouTube chat. AI, it's not about beating out like animation or like handmade stuff. That's corporate talk. Again, the importance here is art, even if made poorly, is still made by people. It's not theft, basically. AI art, AI animation, that's theft. It's image generation. It's not actually artificial intelligence. Like, someone said years ago, the problem with AI is not it looks shit or how realistic it's going to be. It's going to become more realistic. It's going to be better. That's not what we should put our argument on. We should put our argument on this is still slop because it's still not human generated, right? It is still a resource we do not need for nothing, literally for nothing. We have people that can do that already. It's literally just corporations wanting to fire and not hire humans because they want something cheaper. And it's gonna be bots, AI. It's literally turning art into corporation. And it's disgusting. Look, AI could look incredible, and I still would not support it. It doesn't matter how AI looks, no matter what, I'm not supporting it. I don't care about it. Because again, it's just a bunch of fucking corporate Wolf of Wall Street businessmen that see art as a benefit for corporation, for money. They don't see it as anything truly human. I just think it's gross. It's soulless. No matter how good AI art looks, it is soulless. I don't know if Toa said they used it in Dragon Ball. I'm sure they did. And again, I don't care. Like, do you know what I mean? I don't care about AI. Of course fucking Toa used it. They already underpay animators. Like, all animation companies, nearly all underpay animators to a fucking extreme extent. Of course they were going to use AI. That's why we need to keep saying we don't want this. That's why we have to keep saying it's slop. Fun fact, huge companies, such as huge gaming companies, are now no longer using AI because of the reactions to it. The more we call it slop and the more we say we don't like it, the less they are going to use it, because it gives their game, it gives their media, it gives their content bad street cred, basically. It makes people mad. The more angry we are about AI, the more they are not going to use it. It's that simple. We have more power than you think. Basically, if we cave and say, oh, I guess it is the future, then we're not changing anything. That whole AI is the future, that is such bullshit. That's companies and corporations trying to tell us that because they're trying to push it to us. It does not have to be the future. We can very much continue to push back against it. And it will work. It's already working. The AI bubble is already popping. And major companies now, they don't want to use it because they know it's bad. It's negative. It's negative press if they use it. Yeah, they've spent years fighting the visceral yuck reaction and they're losing. They're fucking losing. They can't win. Who was it? Someone said stop calling AI slop. Who fucking was that? I can't remember who it was, but they literally have these big CEOs going, stop calling it slop. No, we're not going to stop calling it slop because it hurt your feelings. Microslop, that's what it was. Microsoft. We're not gonna stop calling it slop. Oh, hurt your feelings? Hurt your feelings, big billionaire man? I don't fucking care. It's slop. It could look awesome and I'm still calling it slop. Microsoft. Fun fact, AI shit is why my Windows 11 is so fucked up. Because they invested so much AI into it. And it's fucking up the system. Get rid of it! It's why Windows 11 sucks right now. Well, the issue is you have to install the new Windows installations because things become obsolete. Such as like Discord, for example. A lot of apps become obsolete to the old Windows if you don't install it. You're forced against a wall. Hence why we have to complain. We have to say, can you fucking stop putting AI into this shit? But Brigley, the updates have fixed shit on my PC. For example, they had a bug for Windows 11 where when you shut it down, it would actually restart. Again, that's an AI slop problem. They released an update, hey, it fixed that. They do fix things in the update. They just need to fucking get rid of the AI completely from it. It's so annoying. I'd say it fixes more than it breaks currently because they're trying to fix things that they've broken at this point. I've only faced fixes when updating monthly. My computer runs smoother now that I've had the updates. I can definitely say that for sure. It's like NVIDIA updates. I hate them, but they have fixed things. And usually if an update does break something, they then release another update to fix that something. Which is, you know, I guess. Revert back to Windows 10, did they say that? I hope they did. Microsoft is rolling back unnecessary Copilot features on Windows. Oh! Microsoft has announced plans to this is 2 days ago, dial back AI features in Windows 11 as the company looks to counter growing customer pushback. The tech giant revealed it will integrate AI where it's most meaningful. Shut up! That's annoying! We are reducing unnecessary Copilot entry points, starting with apps like Snipping Tool, Photos, Widgets, and Notepad. Okay, so they're getting rid of they have AI in the snipping tool? Fucking why? Get rid of that shit. So that's what I mean. If you complain, they will do something. If we complain en masse, they will do something. I'm sure Windows 10 still gets updates, but they have announced that they're no longer going to What did I just see there? Oh my god, I just lost it. They are ending support. Windows 10 is ending their support. So, again, I'm sure they do, but eventually Windows 10 is slowly becoming more and more obsolete. Which is why, again, you're forced into a corner. You have to upgrade at some point. What the fuck AI is in the snipping tool? What AI is in the snipping tool? What? They had the snipping tool before they had AI. Like, is that why it runs so fucking slow now? Oh my god. Because I love the snipping tool, but for Windows 11, it's been so buggy, like laggy. Now I know why. They've got AI in it for some reason. I can't wait for them to roll that back. Buggy. Neuron activation. If you crop a question, it will answer it for you. Is there a reason you can't just ask that question in Google? Sorry, that's kind of a useless tool. What? Wow, thing I never asked for. That's true. Tons of people are jumping to Linux because of what Windows 11 is doing, and I think they know that, and I think that's why they're like, "Fuck, we gotta bring it in." Yep, JD colors. That's exactly what they're doing. Ban Brigley. Wait. Thank you, Alice. Oh! Who'd you get? Ah! Alice! Release them! No! I didn't even see. Oh, there's never been any privacy online. Ever. I've said this before. When you use free Wi-Fi at places, what do you think is happening? They're all taking your data. This is why it gets me when people target specific places and specific companies for stealing your data. They all do it. All of them do it. Some of them just get caught. When that like coffee place is free Wi-Fi, they make a lot of their money off of getting your data. And some people don't believe that, but it's true. But this is why it cracks me up when people go, Kasim, when people go, China's taking your data. Fucking every country's taking your data. Especially the big ol' US. It's just made into a propaganda tool to blame China for that. I know the American government has my data. I know they do. I don't know why it's such a thing where it's like, God, China have my data. Bitch, I am more concerned that fucking Trump has my data than China. Like, what are we talking about here? They are literally now looking through all our socials openly. When you are an international flying into America, they are fucking looking through your phone now. Like, I don't know why China's the scapegoat here. Every time people go, oh, but China, I'm like, what about the fucking US? They also have your data. Why is China the real problem here? I just don't get it. I never understood it. Day's been alright. Kind of just started. I've literally seen people refuse to download like Chinese apps because, oh, my data. And then they'll straight up download American ones and I'm like, hello? Why the fuck are you more comfortable with the US having your data than China? I just don't get it. I just don't get it. So you'd rather the country that's currently being run by a pedophile, right? Who currently has fascist agents everywhere right now, heavily fascist agents everywhere, cornering people, taking people away, and a country, by the way, with no free healthcare. You'd rather they have your data than China. Because, well, China censor things. Yes, they do. I'm not saying that's a good thing. But I'm saying this is literally one of two evils here. And you're looking at one of the big evils and going, well, it's okay. Like, really? It's just so weird to me. I'm gonna get targeted one day by the big US. They're gonna get me. Oh fuck, I'm turning 27. Oh shit. Well, when I turn 27, listen, if I kick the bucket this year, you'll know why. You'll know why. Forrest, if I kick the bucket this year, can you please Ouija board me Zosandojins? Thanks, I'd really appreciate that. Luigi board. I'm 10 years younger than you, and yet here we are loving One Piece together. Isn't that beautiful? I have not watched Favorite, I'm sorry. I do want to though. Wicked Beast, I think the same thing all the time. There's fucking no way they have Zorsan Smut in heaven. There's no way. So what is the point? It'd be boring. I mean, I'm a lesbian. I was never gonna make it there anyway. Somehow I don't think I can have beautiful, passionate intimacy with women in heaven, but you know. No, Jesus was cool. I believe he'd accept me. But I'm not sure the Gates would. No, I was not baptized. No, my family is not religious. What's that meme? Sorry, you got a little too into Zosandu Jinshi to get into heaven. Oh, my Italian side is Loki, but my mum's not, and my dad's not. Well, not all of them are. So basically, my mum was the youngest of her family, and she's got 7 sisters. And some of her sisters were rebellious, and she looked up to them. I believe so, Gargoyle. Honestly, I've never really asked these questions, but she told me that something that really stuck with her was she was always forced to go to church, and then one of her rebellious sisters was like, no, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not going to. I just don't want to. And then she started saying that too. And she was like, I'm not going either then. And she was the youngest. So she was always one of on the rebellious side. My mum is the ultimate little sister. Fun fact, my dad's also the youngest sibling. Both of my parents are younger siblings. And they're both mischievous. I am the youngest, yes. I'm the littlest. Yep. I've passed on and basically tripled the younger sibling energy. This is why I can't have kids, because one of my kids will be the eldest child. I don't want an older sibling. I don't want an older sibling child. I can't skip straight to the youngest child. One kid. But then they're gonna be a single child, and those are weird. And I can say this because my best friend's a single child. I'm a single child and you're weird. You're weird, Carly. As a twin, what's it like being the younger sibling? Again, look, every sibling's experience is different. But I feel rebellious. In saying that, it's kind of a combination of knowing how not to get in trouble because I see what could get me in trouble, and for me, kind of feeling like I have to be more. Like, it's kind of hard to explain. Like, do you guys, this is so fucking, do you guys know Kyoya from Oran High School Host Club? This is such a, let me explain. Kyoya from Oran High School Host Club was the youngest of 3 siblings, right? And he was from a rich family, so his 2 older brothers were the ones that were overtaking the company. Because of that, Kyoya felt like he were a spare, basically. And because of that, he felt like, I can't really go outside my box. He's the one with the glasses. He's like, I can't go outside my box because I'm kind of looked to a bit less. So I have to be responsible and still maintain like this family dynamic, right? And I still have to, basically he can't go out of line because he's not the one that's seen as someone who can be exemplary, right? He's not the one that is looked to be doing greater things because he's the younger sibling. And he felt like he was kind of trapped in that mindset of, oh, you're kind of just a spare, We're not looking at you to do anything exceptional. I'm not saying this is everything I felt, but I'm saying there's something similar there. And then when he met Tamaki, who's the main character, well, not the main character, one of the mains of our own high school host club, Tamaki was like, well, why can't you do things that are great? Why can't you do things that you want to do just because you're the youngest of your family and just because your brothers are the ones that are looked to take over everything? Why can't you aspire to want to do that, right? Why can't you go outside your box and be able to do more than what you're being told you can do? And it kind of feels like that sometimes. It's all different though. The younger experience is different for everyone. Some younger kids are heavily spoiled. They're heavily spoiled. But I will say the reason a lot of younger kids are heavily spoiled is because they do what they think they should be doing because they know what will get them in trouble, right? And they know what will get them in trouble because they watch and they learn and they see. And then a lot of younger siblings kind of become closed off to like their parents and their families because they're seen as the good one, right? It's kind of like that. Again, it's not all my experiences, but I know that this is a common thing. Yeah. Oh, the middle kids get the fucking worst of it. Thank you for the sub, by the way. My parents were lovely, by the way. They are lovely. I love my parents. I never truly felt any kind of difference of treatment between me and my big brother. I never felt like they treated me differently just because I was their daughter and not a son. They were very, very careful about that. Of course, sometimes things slip through the cracks, but my parents were lovely. I'm very lucky to have the parents that I have. Because of course, experiences differ between if you're born a daughter or born a son. That's for fucking sure. That's factual. I'm not anti-wifey at all. I don't know, I personally don't see children in my future. But, you know, things change. Maybe one day I'll wake up and go, maybe I do want a kid. Can't see that happening. But people change. What if my kids didn't like One Piece? God. But honestly, I felt if I ever were to ever want a kid, obviously I'd have to prioritize being a good parent over anything. Because some people want to have kids like they're puppies. Some people want to have kids like they're a pet. They don't think about, will I be a good parent before that? Like, it's a life. That's a human being that you're gonna bring in. And you're gonna shape and change that human being and their life, right? And I feel like so many people don't think about that. They just think, haha, baby. And it's like, no. That's a whole ass life. Sure, I'll become a family vlogging channel. Would you date someone with a child? Yeah. Not their fault. Mama, are you asking me? Are you about to leave your husband? I'm flattered, honestly, if that's what's going on. The boo-boo child. That's true. The Martian. Love that name. That's true. It is a bit of a paradox. Because I felt that too. I felt like I need to be successful, but I feel like I have more freedom in the ways I can be successful. Because fun fact, it's also been studied that the younger child tends to be the more creative child. And it's because the younger child also tends to be the more rebellious one. Well, you know what's fucked? I was looking up, like, this is such a turn. I was looking up, like, postpartum depression. For those who don't know, that's a depression that some women get after having birth. And it's a depression they get because they feel like they don't love their child, right? And I was looking that shit up because I was like, what exactly is the clarification of this? Because it's called a mental problem, right? Like, it's a mental issue. The more I looked into it, the more I was like, I don't think this is a mental issue. I think it's women being told there's something wrong with them. And the reason I think that is because we are told over and over and over again, well, if it's your own, you'll love them. If it's your own, you'll immediately feel nurturing towards them. And that's a bunch of bullshit, right? Not everyone is the same. Not everyone has that, like, natural nurturing instinct, especially towards, like, a child that they've just birthed, right? So it's like a lot of women feel they don't feel what they are feeling, what they should be feeling towards a baby they just birthed. And then, oh, there's something wrong with you. In my opinion, I think that's actually quite natural. I think that's quite normal to not immediately feel this clinging feeling towards something you've just birthed. Because of course, depending of your state, right? Of your living conditions, of your partners, and of everything, and considering what a pregnancy does to you, it's very normal, in my opinion, to not immediately feel that attachment to a baby you've just birthed. I think that's very normal, but because they're told, or we're told, no, you will feel that, now we feel like shit. And now we actually do feel mentally depressed because now we do feel like, hey, there's something wrong with me. There's something wrong with me. Why am I not feeling the way I should be feeling? And I feel the more we push postpartum depression being a thing on women, as in there's something wrong with them, the worse it's gonna get. Because the more we don't acknowledge, hey, nurturing is not normal. Like, that's not always a biological thing. That's actually something you are taught. You know what I mean? Like, the more I read up on it, the more I'm like, yes, it's both a mental thing, but the mental thing gets worse because we are telling women that's what you're meant to feel. And then suddenly they feel like shit because they're not feeling what they are told they're meant to feel, right? I don't know. I'm not a doctor, so I'm obviously not understanding of everything, but it's just, it feels strange to, like, blame the woman for feeling that way and saying, yeah, that's a clinical thing. And it's like, huh? Maybe I don't know, maybe I'm too woke. It's just that people are different. Mama, you love all babies, so you and I are different. You and I are different. A baby must prove themselves to me. Can that baby do a flip? Probably not. I don't like that baby. Oh yeah, also the second you have a baby, societally speaking, you are now reduced to mum. The amount of women who talk about how much better they are treated when they're pregnant. However, the treatment they get is not because it's them. The treatment they get is because they're carrying a baby. And they quickly realize what people care about is the baby they are carrying, not them. And that also forms a type of depression. Because suddenly you just feel like a vessel, don't you? Suddenly you do just feel like a fucking breeding cow object. Where people are not really seeing you as a human being. They're seeing you as the baby carrier. And a lot of people would not understand that mentality of like, well, what's wrong? People are treating you better. But they're not treating you better because they're seeing a person, are they? They're seeing, again, a vessel. I think, oh God, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a lot of people who have a physical disability get that same treatment. Basically that pity treatment, right? That, oh, let me help you treatment. And then it's like, hello, I'm capable. If I need the help, I will ask for the help. They're just seen as other, and then they're kind of like looked down upon. This is stuff I've like read up on, by the way. I went down a hole of like how women felt mentally when they were pregnant, what they recognized when they were pregnant, and how they felt when the baby was born. And it goes from being your own person to vessel to, well, now you're just a mum. And they were talking about how that shift is so draining because you feel like you've lost a part of yourself. And a lot of them get it back, right? Like, mama, I'm sure I can tell you still fuck with yourself. You feel like yourself, don't you? And it's like, it's still good, but it's just a shame that there's that in between that a lot of women hit where they just feel lifeless for a while. But this is also speaking as someone who's terrified of pregnancy. I don't ever want that. I'm good. Oh, that's awesome, mama. Well, there are good men that exist. That's awesome. Love the movie Alien. Sakina, I did not experience that, no. I'm sorry you experienced that. Hey Gargoyle, I 100% know that. I knew that the first time I watched it when I was a teen, and I was like, oh, this is about pregnancy and assault. I can't speak on the Chainsaw Man ending. Please don't tell me, because I do want to read it. And the reason I can't speak on it is because I say this with all the love in my heart. I've noticed a lot of Chainsaw Man fans are kind of illiterate. So I'd have to read it for myself to determine if it's a good ending or not. Like One Piece fans, exactly. By the way, no matter what ending One Piece is gonna have, it's gonna be called shit. Just prepare for that. The fact that Wano and Onigashima was called shit because it didn't meet expectations that some people had, as in they were expecting this to happen and it didn't. It's gonna happen with the ending. It's gonna be an ending that a lot of people don't want because they're not expecting that, as in they were wanting something else, and then it's gonna be called shit. I obviously don't know what the ending is gonna be. Maybe it will be shit, maybe it won't, but no matter what, it's gonna be called shit. It doesn't matter. We are trying. I need to catch up with my videos first, and then I can focus on the podcast. I wouldn't say unrealistic expectations. I'd say there are a lot of people that have a lot of theories, and then that gives them expectations of what they want to happen. And then what happens is what they didn't want, and then they get mad. And then they call that bad writing. And I keep telling people, it's not bad writing that something happened that you didn't want to happen, right? For example, the whole ZKK scenario, Zoro kills Kaido scenario. A lot of those guys call Onigashima or Wano bad. They don't call it bad because the writing was bad. I do not believe the writing was bad in any way. They call it bad because they didn't get what they wanted. And it's like, same with Gear 5. So many people say Gear 5 is bad. It's a bad addition. It's a bad power-up, essentially. And the reason they're saying that is not because it's actually bad. It's not bad. Gear 5 makes perfect sense to who Luffy is. It's written consistently. They don't like it because it's not what they wanted. It's that simple. If you can talk about an ending from the beginning and it's consistent, if the ending is consistent with its themes and what it did for the whole story, then technically on a written level, that is a good ending. Aside from that, the way you feel about things, whether it's good or bad, that's opinion-based. That's up to you, right? Oh god, I actually do need to eat. Sorry, I can feel I'm lightheaded. I was scared to eat. Sorry, I was scared to eat because I had stomach problems. And I was like, anything I eat, it's just gonna explode out of me. So what's the point? But I think I'm feeling better now. Kinda want a bagel. I told myself I'd treat myself today. Well, you see, a lot of Americans don't like how we do bagels here. Because apparently they're sandwiches, but they are delicious. Sorry, I'm looking through all my bagel options. Pastrami, pickles, cream cheese, and apricot mustard. Oh, fuck. Oh, okay, I'm getting that one. That made me, like, shake a little bit. Hello. I want to get 2. Pickled jalapenos and cream cheese. Oh, damn. Hey, Spooky Mimi, think about this. You've got a fantastic passport out of it. One thing about American passports is they're really good. Do I want to get the jalapeno one? There's one with free-range ham, cheese, pickles, Dijon mustard, QP mayonnaise, and egg salad. Oh my god! Oh, fuck. Okay, between the pickled jalapenos and the free-range ham, which one are we feeling? I don't like pickles. Oh, I didn't ask. I did not. My stomach will be fine. If I shit, I shit. Okay, I'm hungry. Okay, I'll do the ham. It does look divine. I can't do this, man. I'm not going to. Bacon add-on, $10. Salmon add-on, $11. Bacon is like $6 for like a whole fucking packet. What is going on? Okay, food has always been really bad in Australia in regards to price. Our produce is delicious, but our prices have always been ridiculous. For a side of feta at a restaurant once, it was $6. $6! A side of feta! They're acting like I'm buying out the whole fucking feta factory, like Jesus. Feta's a cheap cheese, by the way. How crazy is that? Genuinely, I'm beginning to want to bring my own feta to places. Because it's gotten that ridiculous. I'll be the girl that has feta in her bag. Because I love eating feta with anything. Nearly anything. If it's a breakfast food or a lunch food, I love feta cheese with it. I just love it. It's so... like, feta needs to be added to so many more things you don't understand. When I find something on the menu that has feta in it, yeah. This is why I love Mediterranean food, by the way. There's so much feta. There's so much feta cheese in Mediterranean food. Bring your own cow! Yeah. Alright. Bagels have been ordered. Love feta and watermelon. Love it. The perfect sweet salty flavor. I love anything sweet and savory. I love pineapple on pizza. People who don't like it, grow up. Like, actually grow up. Pineapple on pizza is the perfect sweet savory combination. Just perfect. I'm not a big pork fan. In saying this, I used to not be a big pork fan. Semi-recently, like about a month ago, I tried pork belly again for the first time since I was like a teenager. It actually was good. And I went, interesting. I don't remember liking pork like this. I still don't like some pork. So I like honey ham, for example. I like prosciutto. But any main pork dish I don't like. But it seems I like pork belly. And I didn't know I liked pork belly. I'm mid. I'm mid on bacon. I used to think I liked bacon. I've realized I will actually take the vegetarian dish over the bacon dish. Like if it has mushrooms instead, then I'm gonna get the mushrooms. I don't particularly want bacon with things, I've decided. See, I'm not the biggest fan of the smoky flavor. Because, controversial opinion, they all taste the fucking same to me. Like, I'm not a fan of American barbecue sauces because they all taste smoky. I don't like it that much. All smoke stuff, they all taste the same, just smoke. And I'm like, eh. You want to know what my favorite barbecue sauce is? Oh yeah. This is the barbecue sauce. And it's like $2. It's just nice. It's tangy, a little bit sour with a bit of sweetness. Delicious. And it's vegan friendly. Wow. I don't know. I think this is an Australian specific. Love vinegar-based sauces. Oh, I love vinegar. QP mayonnaise has some vinegar in it and it's so good. Pickle fan and olive fan, by the way, so of course I love vinegar. Anything that's pickled, pickled radish, fuck. It's so good. Kimchi, it's also good. When I was a kid, and I still do by the way, I would eat olives out of the jar. Love that shit. Kombucha? I don't think I've actually had it, you know. But if it's vinegar based, then yeah, I'd probably like it. Sauerkraut is so good. God. Fermented tea. Never had it. Mama, you're in. Vinegar's also great for your stomach, yeah. Deviled eggs? Love deviled eggs. They're a real US thing, but I make them because they're so good. Oh, thank you. Krabby, that's a cute name. Thank you. Do we put vinegar on our chips? We've got salt and vinegar chips. But I don't know if we put them on our chips. We put them on our chips, but I don't think we put them on our chips. See, you would only know if you're an Australian. We put them on our bag chips. Our crunchy chips. I don't think we put them in our hot chips, which you would call fries. No, chips are chips and chips are also chips. Favorite sweet treats? I fucking love Twix. Love Twix. Anything salted caramel. Anything hazelnut flavored. Any fruit pastries. Oh, eating the shit out of that. Strawberry shortcake. Fuck, that makes me miss Japan because Japan had incredible strawberry shortcakes and incredible parfaits. Fuck, I don't know why we are not making Japanese parfaits globally. They are like the most delicious fucking things ever. When I was in Japan, every time I go to Japan, I have a parfait like once a day. That's so good. The best parfait I had in Japan was a traditional Japanese parfait. They're not traditional, but it was just like red beans with the what was it? What does Otama pull from her cheeks? The something kibidong or something, like the dumplings, the sweet dumplings with matcha ice cream. Oh my god, it was so good. Kibidango, thank you. Yeah, the kibidango texture with matcha ice cream. God, it's so good. I like red velvet baked goods, but I think they're kind of a scam. Because they're just vanilla, but red. Like, ooh, vanilla. Sexy vanilla, you know what I mean? It's red. Okay. Sorry, was it chocolate but red? They were something but red. Vanilla! It's vanilla! Yeah, it's vanilla. I thought so. Sexy vanilla. Red velvet just isn't really a flavor. So I feel scammed by it. When I went to Kyoto, I went to a specific... Like, I saved money because I wanted to do like a high dining thing. And I wanted to do high dining in regards to traditional Japanese foods, right? So I went to Kyoto with my friend, and we specifically did it in Kyoto because Kyoto is more, I'd say, heavily embedded with like Japanese culture, right? In regards to early Japanese culture, such as, you know, the dojos and temples and all that kind of stuff, the architecture, all that kind of stuff. So we did it in Kyoto specifically. And I've told you guys, we had the sweet fish, and sweet fish is like the whole fish. Fun fact, that's Usopp's favorite food. We got the sweet fish, and it was literally just us and 9 other people eating there, and just one old Japanese man who could speak English, by the way, and was just talking to all of us and dishing out all the foods and telling us what it was. And we got the sweet fish. Yeah, we all shared a table. It was the front bar. Like, it was a very small place. So it was all the front bar. So we'd watch him cook. And then he'd talk to us. And then he'd give us everything. It was honestly a really good experience. He was a very nice man. But we got the sweet fish, which was a whole fish. And I looked at it with my friend. And we went, a whole fish? Never in my life have I eaten a whole fish before. It was about this big. Right? And honestly, we weren't sure about it. But hey, we're open to new things. Incredibly sweet. It's like so melty to the point the bones are just not there. The bones are just gone. So they all melt in your mouth. It was so delicious. I've never had a whole fish like that before, but it was so good. Really good. That's where I had pufferfish, by the way. Or blowfish, as the Americans call it. And it kind of tastes like nothing. It's like refreshing, but it's so thin, you might as well not have eaten it. It's clearly a food where you eat it just because you can. Like, that's it. You guys don't call it blowfish? Oh. Because in one of the games I play, it's like an American game, they call it blowfish. You call it pufferfish? Okay, then we all call it pufferfish. That game lied to me then. The best eating experience I did in Japan. I took Sarah to this, my mod Sarah and my friend Sarah. I took Sarah to this on her birthday because we were there during her birthday and I surprised her with this. What is this, you ask? Well, you see, it is a restaurant where you fish for your own dinner. So this is inside. And so you don't have to fish for your own dinner, but you fish for your own dinner. And you catch the like specific fish that you want. So there's like different fish in the front here. There's fish around here. Obviously the fish are fresh every day because they all get fished and they all get eaten. And they had God, I don't remember all the options now, but they just had a ton of different fishes. And eat a boot. But like it was just awesome. And the fish was so fresh. It was so fresh. Like these fish were clearly looked after because of course they had to be because you're eating them, right? It was so incredibly fresh. And every time you caught a fish, they'd have people on drums. You can't see the drums, but the staff would be on drums and they'd bang the drums and say, this fish was caught by, and they ask your name. This fish was caught by Mel. And then everyone goes, yay, and everyone claps. And then they ask you, how do you want to cook the fish? So you can get the fish in any different ways. And they hype you up. They really hype you up. It's such a gimmick, but it's so fun. And it's delicious. It is so delicious. So everyone at the table, there were 5 of us. Everyone at the table caught a fish and then we got them cooked in all different ways. I got mine as sashimi because I love raw fish. It was so fucking good. It was so good. Oh God. It was such a gimmick, but it was so fun. And again, the fish were very fresh. I think there was an eel in there and I think the eel was like a special pull. If you got the eel, it would be like huge. No one got the eel while I was there. I was very disappointed about that. It was such a good restaurant experience. Fuck, it was fun. Sarah was cracking the fuck up when we were standing outside the restaurant waiting for everyone to arrive, and you could hear all the clapping and the cheering inside, and she looked at me and said, Mel, where the fuck have you brought me? Like, what is this place? And I was like, you'll see, you'll find out. And then we went in and she saw the fishing rods and she saw the boat and she went, oh my God, what is this? It was fantastic. Flounder, that's what they had. The one I remember is flounder, and it was really good. I had that like deep fried. They're different fish. That's weird. Oh, Japanese arcades are really fun. Look, the biggest thing with Japan is obviously there are so many problems with it. Politically speaking, lifestyle speaking, people speaking, obviously there's tons of problems with it, as there are with any country. But here's the thing, it is very fun. The issue is, it is a really good place to go to as a tourist. And I think that's a little bit undeniable. Of course, everyone's experiences are different, but it is a really fun place to travel to. I would say it's one of my favorite travel countries. I did really like Paris, but that was specifically because of the architecture, not the people. Because I've never seen architecture like that before. It was alien to me. The rumors are true. Aussie tourists are treated nicer there. Aussie tourists are treated nicer in every country except for Bali. And that's because we have fucked Bali up. We are horrible to Bali. But in South Korea, in Tokyo, in Japan, in Paris, in England, where else have I been? I haven't really been, from what I recall. Oh, New Zealand, they're half on us, but they like us better than Americans. But we're treated better everywhere. Everywhere. Every time someone asks if we were American and we said Australian in Japan, they'd immediately light up. When we'd hand them our passport to get like tax-free stuff, they'd go, "Oh, Australia!" I've been to South Korea, yeah. I told you, Crash! That's what pisses me off. I told you and you didn't listen to me. Why did you not listen to me? You pissed me off. Yeah, if you go to Japan, make reservations. That's my biggest bit of advice. You have to make reservations. They love reservations over there, and I love reservations. I love reserving tables. You need an itinerary if you're going to Japan and you want to see things. That's great for me because I love an itinerary. I love having a planned schedule of what I'm doing when I'm overseas. Birdmaster, you get good at it when you think, where do I want to go? And you look up where you want to go. And then once you know where you want to go, you reserve it. That's it. And then you write that down. I've been to Italy, but I was a wee bab. I don't remember it. I would like to go to Italy again. Well, Mama, not true. You can be a respectful tourist. For example, I would make sure that I were following the customs of any country I went to. Littering's a big one. Fuck, I hate people who litter. I despise them. If you litter and you watch me, stop it. I will kill you. It is so easy to not do that. You were just being an asshole on purpose. Enough. Listen, I was raised next to the rainforest. I was raised with the Great Barrier Reef at my doorstep. I watched through my life as the reef deteriorated, literally in front of my eyes. And littering, tourist littering, was a big part of that. Just don't fucking litter. I don't understand how hard that is. In the Jungle Book. I mean, look, one of my most extreme takes is like things like scuba diving for the reef. That should not be allowed. People should not be allowed to scuba dive because there's so much proof that when you have tourism in coral reef areas, it destroys them because you just can't trust people. Way too many people abuse it. They abuse the reef, they ruin it, they step on it, they litter around it, and you ruin ecosystems. We should not be allowing scuba diving or coral reef snorkeling in general. It's too many people and it's destructive. Bye, Crash. How do you manage with websites that are in Japanese to make reservations? Well, a lot of websites you can navigate just by using the translate function at the top of the website for like Google, for example. And it's pretty easy to navigate when you do that. You do need a bit of guessing, to be fair, but if you know how to navigate a website, then you can kind of guess how to navigate that website. Because of course the numbers are not in Japanese, like the time reservations. I will say I did fuck up one reservation, but it ended up benefiting us. I tried to reserve a spot in Kyoto. It was a Wagyu meat place because I wanted the Wagyu meat, right? And I thought I was reserving a normal table. I accidentally reserved a back patio table that was like private and where we got served like personally. Like I walked with my friend all the way through the restaurant and we walked through a little garden and we went, where the fuck are we going? And we went into the back and it honestly was not the most expensive option, which is why I was really confused because I think what it asked was, would you like to sit? I thought it asked, would you like to sit outside or inside? And they were the same price. And I was like, well, outside, because I'd like to, you know, see the air. And then we walked all the way back through the garden to a private area where we got privately served a like 5-course meal. And we went, what? Like we didn't order anything. They just brought everything out to us. And we went, okay. It worked out. It was delicious. It was some of the best food I've ever had, but we were laughing because I was with my friend Coop. She's Micro Rockets on Twitter. She's an artist. And they sat us there in that private room and they left. And Coop and I looked at each other and we were like, they definitely think we're fucking. Like, they definitely think we're a couple. What just happened? It was so funny. It worked though. It was a fantastic experience. But that was the only stuff up. That's where we had the 5-star rice. God, it was so good. I dream of it. I sure do be enthusiast. I sure do. Favorite location in Japan nature-wise? It was probably Kyoto. Kyoto is honestly made for that. The thing with Kyoto is the public transport isn't the best, which is, you know, strange because Japan has really good public transport. But Kyoto is really made for those more natural areas. It's just gorgeous. In saying this, I haven't gone too far out of the big three, which is Osaka, Kyoto, and Tokyo. I've been to Ichinose, which is a skiing place, but that was with my parents, and it was, you know, White Mountains was pretty good. The tropical islands I give a miss. And that's because I grew up in the tropics. I don't want to deal with it again. I escaped the humidity. I don't want to go back to it, thanks. Japan is as humid as far north Queensland, Kaysen, when it's summer. When it's summer, that humidity is fucking disgusting. But when it's not summer, it's not very humid. Do you recommend those Wi-Fi SIM cards when Japan? 100%. You can order them online and you can get like e-SIM cards. But I'm a traditionalist. Every time I'm at the airport, I just go to one of the Wi-Fi eSIM card counters and I just get one from there. I get one physically and then they just do whatever on my phone and all my internet works. I 100%. I recommend that anywhere. If you're traveling anywhere, get a Wi-Fi SIM card. It can honestly save your life. Place I haven't been to in Japan that I really want to go to next time I'm there. The fucking Sunji Universal Restaurant! That's bucket list shit. That's bucket list shit. But fuck, it's hard to get into. Pissing me off. God, I wish I could go there. Agony! Why can't you? Because it's like, first of all, it's a raffle. And second of all, if you really want it, you gotta get like the VIP tickets, and that's a lot of money. I ain't rich. I'm not fucking made of money. Go fund me. Fund my journey to Universal Baratier restaurant. What's in it for us? You get to see your favorite content creator, happy. I will go to it and immediately afterwards I will die. A raffle, yeah. Don't worry, I'll die happy. I'll die with a smile. If the world was ending, I'd want to be next to you. If the party was over and our time on earth was through, I'd want to hold you just for a while and die with a smile. I'm so hungry. They haven't been picked up yet. That's why I keep checking my phone. Look, one of my favorite Jinbei lines ever is when Who's Who was racist to him, and Jinbei goes, racism against Fishman and the big 2026. In the current fucking year, who's who? And who's who goes, sorry. It's such a good scene. Who? Promise I'm not now. Who's honestly funny. I really like him. And I love calling him a racist cat. Because he is. The most mugger One Piece character, the fucking elders. The Celestials. Killing him, for God's sake. Did you guys see? Did I talk about this? Did you guys see a creator called Afro Man was in a lawsuit with a bunch of policemen because they raided his home unjustly and unfairly, and they broke his door, they ruined the place, and they took some cake from his fridge? So he made a bunch of music videos with the house camera footage of the police raiding his house because they refused to fix his door. And then the police took him to court and they lost. They lost. The police lost. Because they tried to claim him for sue him for slander. But it's not slander because he showed the evidence. The most slanderous thing he did was make a video about one of the policemen's wife, and the song was like, I fucked your wife. And they asked the policeman, did he actually fuck your wife? And he said, I don't know. And then they showed the music video of the I fucked your wife song to the wife, and it's so stupid, and she started crying. Oh, it was so funny. And Afro Man was so composed. He was so normal. He was like, well, yeah, they fucking raided my house, so I made a music video. Oh my god, fuck. God, I hope South Park makes an episode about that or something. It was so funny. I was like watching all the videos about it, and I was like, bro, you raided his house and stole his cake. What were you expecting to happen? And they were like, oh, slandering us. He literally has evidence that you did that. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? God, the Streisand effect is real. Is still real and alive. Oh. It was so funny. Sorry, I just thought about it again. Fuck, it's funny. Why'd they steal the cake? Because they're assholes. Because they raided a house they had no business raiding, and they fucking stole his food. God. Broke his door, stole his cake, and ruined the place. It's just amazing that the police thought they'd be sided with. And it's like, he literally has the evidence. You saw it. They really thought they were above the law with that. Truly, it's a court case for the ages. And now I think Afro Man is now a millionaire. I think that was $1 million lawsuit and he won. And he didn't even press charges, by the way. That wasn't even him. That was the police. They're the ones that sued him. And they lost! Oh my god. The consequences of my actions? What? You guys gotta see the video of like the I fucked your wife video. It's so stupid and she was crying. It was clearly fake tears. Oh my god. Quick, get those white woman tears out. Trust me, you'll win. They'll believe you. The cops are trying to get him to pay for their legal fees. Yeah. And they're not gonna win. They've already lost a big case. Oh yeah, no, the police get away with this shit like every day. They do this every day. The only reason this one got attention is because Afro Man made it get attention. Genius move on his part, honestly. More people gotta do that. More people gotta make parody videos about what the police have done to them. Hopefully with the camera evidence. And then more and more people will realize they're just pigs. Marine's recruitment ad? Wow. I'd like you to know I cannot control what ads are shown. I fucking wish I could. I can't. Fun fact, I found out my gay One Piece video, a queer retrospective One Piece video, apparently for a while it was getting anti-LGBT ads on it. Very cool, YouTube, that you have bigoted ads. That's very awesome of you. So I can't say fuck on YouTube, but advertisers can promote their essential hate speech. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, really, that was happening for a long while. I don't think they're there anymore, but that was happening. For a while, YouTube also had pro-Israel ads. I remember that. And those ads were just straight up propaganda. They were straight up lying. One of the lies was like, the US are not importing weapons into Israel. They are. They've been doing that for fucking decades. It was just straight up lies. Maybe if I can pay for it, I can say fuck, you know? My proudest achievement was when I made my queer retrospective video and someone in the comments said, I want to say something, but everyone in the comments seems like for this video, so I won't say anything. And I thought, good. Fucking good. Whatever you wanted to say, I didn't want to hear it anyways. Probably the proudest moment of my career was shutting a bigot up because he realized my space was not a space for him. Good. Carly, that was literally it. Oh, I'm right and you can't handle the fact I'm right. And the fact is not a fact, it's fabricated. And when you try and actually bring up statistics to them, they just la 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 la. La la la, not listening. Okay. La la. Bro, I kind of miss Mario Party. Response to the first mate video, mostly positive, but like I said, there were some people in the comments that did not watch the whole thing. There were some people that were clearly Dude Bro Zoro fans that were mad at me, and they called my video Sanji propaganda. Let it be known, in the video I don't even say Sanji's the first mate. I specifically say he's not the first mate. So it's just not being able to handle the fact that Zoro is not officially that and has never been called that. And of course, the reason they call it Sanji propaganda is because I bring up how Sanji also did a lot in Water 7 and how Sanji's opinion was also valuable in Water 7. Not just Zoro's, in the way everyone tries to make it out to be. Zoro was the only one that mattered voice-wise, opinion-wise in Water 7. No, he wasn't. Sanji and the entire crew were being listened to on that matter. Right? And they hated that. They hated that. They hate that actually Zoro had to convince them. He wasn't giving them orders. This was him stating his piece. His one piece. But you know, they just hated that. They hate that the Straw Hats actually work as a collective and not as one guy is more in charge than the rest of them. Right. I literally talked about Zoro telling Luffy what a captain is what's always focused on. But Sanji kicking Luffy and telling him to shut the fuck up and think about what he's saying is not focused on. How is that fair? Sanji was literally the one before Zoro telling Luffy, you gotta think about what you're saying. Because he was trying to de-escalate that situation. And then that's totally forgotten about. And instead he's slandered for that because how dare you hit the captain. Oy vey, shut the fuck up. God. Yeah, I saw they addressed the botting with the polls, and they addressed the dates of the bots, by the way. So fun fact, Sanji getting first place in a bunch of regions, that was before the polls were like massively botted. So, I don't know. I don't know what to do with that information. We don't know the characters that got the most botted, and we're not ever going to know because they got rid of all the bot votes. No, it is true. Yeah, I participate in the poll. And speaking of, I got to vote for Sanji. Sanji voted. And now on my phone. Sanji voted for again. It's not cheating, they give you a vote per device. Just look up One Piece vote and you'll get it. It's like the top result. Just Sanji. I'm sorry, he's my favorite character ever. I know, okay, but I need all my resources to go to Sanji. He needs them. I prefer... Look, I love when Sanji is just depressed. I love tragedy. I love Sanji going through that shit. I like him happy, don't get me wrong. But there's something... the flavor, you know? The flavor. It's pretty good. My food's on the way! Finally. I know Sanji's number one right now. And he needs my resources to stay number one. Listen, I like Sanji winning, don't get me wrong, but it's weird Luffy's not number one. It's weird. I don't like it. But will I be doing anything about it? No. I will continue voting for Sanji. A true One Piece fan never speaks ill of Luffy winning. Yeah, Nino, Shanks is winning. Shanks. Sorry, I said Shanks in the audio, so I'm saying Shanks to you. Sanji is winning in like 4 regions right now. What is going on? Okay, whew. I wonder if Shamrock's gonna make it in the top 100. I feel like he is. Yeah, Nami's number one in what continents? Europe, I think, was one of them. I don't remember the other one. Middle East. Good for Nami. La 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 la. Happy, happy fun. La la la. By the way, when I start eating, I was in the middle of watching a video essay about the Saw series. I will be going back to watching that when I eat, and you guys will be joining me. However, I will start it from the beginning so we can all watch it together because I honestly missed a lot. Because I was getting ready and talking at the same time. It's good. It is good, Nino. You don't have to watch you don't have to watch the Saw movies. The essay is just about, like, is Saw deserving of, like, existing, basically. Like, it's not just about Saw. The Saw movies are not good. They are slop, but I love them. They are not written well. They have incredibly questionable morals. They are kind of nonsensical to the point they're ridiculous. They have the same plot twist every fucking movie, but they rock. It's why when I tell people Saw is funny, some people go, what? And it's like, I can tell you haven't seen it. Because, trust me, it gets to a point where it's just so gratuitous and ridiculous that you have to laugh. Killing is distasteful to me. I fucking forgot he said the "to me" part. It's about a fucking mass murderer who is like, I'm not killing people. I give them the chance to live. And it's like, mate, you're putting them in a fucking torture trap. And if they don't complete the game in time, they get killed. You are killing people. Piranha, I remember that one. Well, Case, and see, that's the funniest part. We're meant to look at it like, oh, he's saving these people. And also, all these people are bad people. Nearly all of them are bad people. But then he's got some, like, are they a bad person? There's one guy who's a chain smoker. And Jigsaw, the main antagonist slash protagonist, is like, he doesn't deserve to live, he smokes. I cracked the fuck up. I was like, what the fuck are these morals? He doesn't deserve to live because he smokes? What are you talking about? Another one was, this woman's a prostitute. I'm gonna put her in a trap. How dare you be a slut? And I was like, damn, Jigsaw, I didn't know you moved like that. Sometimes he has hits on who he puts in traps, and sometimes he has misses. And it's very funny. Look, it's a movie that pretends to me to be like morally righteous in what it's doing, but you can tell the writers kind of don't care. They're kind of just pretending, right? You can tell it's just an excuse for torture porn. And that's fine. That's totally fine. But it's the facade that gets me. It's like, just embrace it, man. Jigsaw's not a good person. They are not a hero. They're not an anti-hero. He's just fucking killing people. Fun fact about Saw, the traps went from person being in a room or people being in a room to people or person moving from room to room. So suddenly the traps became more elaborate and a lot less realistic because Jigsaw, how the fuck are you affording these full warehouses? How many empty warehouses does America have? And how are you getting the money as an engineer, because he's an engineer, to be able to make all these traps? What the fuck is going on? And he's a dying old man. Fun fact, Jigsaw dies. So John Kramer is his name. He dies in the 4th movie. And he's still relevant in the new movie, all the way up to the new movie. He's like an omnipotent god. And the whole thing is he's got a bunch of people working for him. The twist at the end of every Saw movie is, oh, you were working for Jigsaw. That it's the same twist. It's the same twist every fucking movie, and it always cracks me up. It always cracks me up. Just without fail. Oh, you were working for Jigsaw. Yeah, oh, no fucking shit. Because who else could it be? He's dead. It is fun. It's dumb. Of course, you still need like a stomach for it. Like, it's still very gory. But the more you think about the movies, the more you laugh. He always comes back. It's true. Look, Jigsaw, like John Kramer, he's genuinely an incredible antagonist. If he was written in any other context and in any other movie series, he'd be awesome. And the only reason the Saw movies were ever somewhat put together is because the guy that plays John Kramer, I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, was making sure his character was his character. He's like really passionate about it. And they need to make as many Saw movies as they can while he's still alive. I'm serious. Tobin Bell. Yep. So long as he's alive, they just gotta let him continue helping with these Saw movies. Because he's the reason they're halfway as fun as they are. Set him loose, I agree. The puppet is what John Kramer uses to be Jigsaw. It's his puppet. He talks through it. Ha! Yeah. No, it's not alive. There's nothing supernatural in Saw, just John Kramer is shockingly omnipotent. He for some reason knows the choices everyone is going to make. Even when he dies. It's crazy. It's Killsona, yeah, it is. Chewing away at this. I've talked about it. There are some movie series where I will just watch whatever they give me. It's my slop. I know it's my slop. I will watch it. One of them is Saw. They can make fucking anything for Saw. I will see it in cinemas. I don't care. The other one is Shrek. I don't give a fuck how bad Shrek gets. I will be seated. I don't care if they make a Shrek 10. I am watching Shrek 10 in cinemas. Gas. The room is filled with gas. My unpopular opinion is Shrek 3 is fun. Is it good? No. Is it fun? Yeah, it's fun. I have fun when I watch it, even if it's not a good movie. And you know why? I like Prince Charming. He carried that fucking film. Favorite movie ever? It's honestly probably Coraline. I love Coraline so much that when they did a re-release of it in cinemas, I was there opening night. Oh, hang on. Okay, my food's nearly here. And the thing is, my DoorDash people always get lost. So, I'll be back. Bagel time! And with bagel time comes video essay time. So, here's the name of it. Hang on, I'm gonna make myself smaller. Okay. There we are. Wait, the music's still playing. Okay. Time to eat and study up. This is what I usually watch, by the way. When people say, what do you watch on YouTube? I don't watch like content creators. I just watch random video essays that I find. Hang on, I'm so esteemed. Hang on, so the creator is... I should credit. ContraPoints. She's awesome.
In 2004, Lionsgate released a movie that shocked the world, becoming a surprise box office hit despite its controversial depictions of extreme violence. The name of that movie, of course, was Fahrenheit 9/11.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
Now, I was born in the 1900s, before the towers fell, but I never saw that movie because it was rated R and I was a minor. And I couldn't get anyone to go with me because everyone said that it was liberal bullshit.
Like husbands carrying their dead wives and things like that. That was extremely difficult to deal with because you're like, shoot.
But one October afternoon, in an act of teenage rebellion, I went to the theater myself and I bought a ticket to The Princess Diaries 2 Royal Engagement. This was my cover story. I crossed the box office threshold, intending to begin my new life as a juvenile delinquent. But it turned out Fahrenheit 9/11 wasn't playing anymore, and I was determined to commit some kind of cinema crime, so I just snuck into a random movie called Saw, which I knew nothing about and was in no way psychologically prepared for. In this movie, Saw, there's these two guys, Dr. Lawrence Gordon and Very F***ing Confused.
My name is Very F***ing Confused.
Also known as Adam. They wake up in a grungy bathroom with their ankles changed to pipes and realize they've been kidnapped by a serial killer known as Jigsaw, who appears to his victims in the guise of a gay clown riding a tricycle to deliver his signature phrase, "I want to play a game."
I want to play a game. 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 I want to play a game.
I'd like to play a game.
You want to play games, motherfucker?
Now these games, or traps, are like ramshackle, torture-themed escape rooms where the victim has to suffer to survive. For example, one guy has to crawl through a maze of razor wire. Another guy is covered in flammable jelly and has to walk around on broken glass using a candle to find the code to a safe. And this woman Amanda has to dig into a guy's intestines to get the key to a reverse bear trap attached to her head before it rips her face apart. Jigsaw condemns his victims for failing to appreciate their lives.
Most people are so ungrateful.
See, he's a good guy.
But not you. Not anymore.
He claims the traps are rehabilitation, offering victims an opportunity to be reborn by defying death and redeeming life through sacrifice of flesh and blood. When a victim dies, he cuts a jigsaw piece out of their skin to symbolize a missing part of them, the will to survive. Now, most of Jigsaw's victims don't survive, which makes his rationale highly questionable.
What?
You can't be grateful to be alive if you're dead. In fact, the traps seem more like cruel, ironic punishments that turn supposed sins against the sinner.
To turn each sin against the sinner.
Paul, the victim of the razor wire maze, is condemned by Jigsaw for self-harming.
But if you want to live, you'll have to cut yourself again. How much blood will you shed to stay alive?
Dr. Gordon's sin was that he didn't spend enough time with his family. He worked too much, he was having an affair, kind of. So now he has to murder Adam in this
Put him in
bathroom,
the trap.
or Jigsaw will have his wife and daughter whacked to teach a valuable life lesson.
You have to die.
No, I want to live! I want to live!
Sorry.
Lawrence escapes the bathroom trap by amputating his own leg with a hacksaw. Oh hey, that's the name of the movie. Jigsaw then reveals his true identity in a twist that's more than 2 decades old, so you're not allowed to complain about spoilers. He then locks Adam in the bathroom to die alone. Game over.
Game over.
And the credits roll to the sounds of Adam's haunting screams. So this was a difficult way for my teenage self to learn that maybe there's actually a reason movies are rated R, and maybe I was not, in fact, mature enough to handle it.
Get out of here. No, I'm enjoying this. Well, I can't watch.
I left the theater feeling traumatized by what I'd seen, and actually wishing I'd been one theater over watching The Princess Diaries.
Dear Diary, well,
What she
it's
talks
me.
about here with... Oh,
Quite a party, darling.
I understand why movies have ratings
Just
now.
having a little bit of fun.
That's what I keep fucking saying.
I remember wandering the cinema hallways afterward, thinking that Saw, the movie itself, was cruel, evil even, that the director was probably a psychopath,
But there are
and that
so
the
many,
only
like,
people who could
teenagers and kids
possibly
online
enjoy
now.
watching it were, no doubt,
That,
sadistic
so I'm going to
pervs.
pause to make a point. There are so many teenage and kids online now that watch something they're clearly not mature enough for, or read something they're clearly not mature enough for, and then they comment on it in the way she's commenting on it, which is like, it's cruel, it's horrible, blah, blah, blah. No, they're sadistic perverts. And it's like, it was not made for you. You are too young to understand the fictional and the reality, right? So you're gonna watch something gross and say the people that made that were gross, and it's like, not at all. You just do not have a developed frontal lobe to truly comprehend that, right? And that's what happens with so much shit nowadays, because now nothing is like parents are just letting their kids watch fucking anything. Like, why was I seeing a bunch of young teenagers watching Squid Game? Young teens should not be watching Squid Game. They are not mature enough for Squid Game. Why the fuck were they watching that? Same with like teenagers reading Berserk, young teens reading Berserk. They should not be reading Berserk. That is not for them. They are not mature enough to handle that subject matter or to see that graphic imagery, right? It actually makes me insane. It's like there's a reason things are rated, and then so many people don't pay attention to that. Like if you are a teen and you're complaining about something that you watched that was rated above you, like, do you know what I mean? Like you're complaining about something you watched and what you watched was not in your age range, as in you were too young for that. I'm not going to listen to you because you were not made for that show. You were not made for that movie. You were too young for that. Otherwise you have what happened to her, where she's like, oh, the people that made this bad thing are bad people. And that's not how any of this works. You're not ready for Pun Pun.
Perverts.
Right.
Anyway, I've been watching the Saw movies a lot lately. There are 10 of them now, maybe more by
And
the
there
time
must
I
be
finish
more!
This video for
I want an
Halloween,
11.
Christmas, New Year's, Valentine's Day. The Saw sequels are so graphically violent, they make the first one look like, well, like The Princess Diaries.
I offered to have him hung by his toes in our courtyard.
It's still kind of weird seeing Saw promos on buses and like at Taco Bell, but in the last 20 years, I've acquired a taste for this sort of thing. When I was a teenage boy, I had the sensibility of an old woman, and now that I'm an old woman, I have the taste of a teenage boy. Or maybe I just stopped being such a snob. Lots of people like these movies. In 2010, Saw became the highest grossing horror franchise of all time,
I don't know if I have a
raking in
favorite Saw movie.
unthinkable stacks of cash. The series continues to be loved by millions of fans, some of whom are not sadistic perverts. James Wan, co-creator of the first film with writer Lee Wanell, has directed several other popular horror movies and probably is not a psychopath. So I think my original judgment of Saw was wrong. I had an emotional reaction, and instead of reflecting on that, I got sanctimonious. But that's understandable. I was 15, I was sheltered, I'd never seen torture in a movie before, and as the type of person who swallows antidepressants to hide the pain,
You're the type of person who swallows antidepressants to hide the pain.
I felt personally attacked by Jigsaw's targeting of mentally ill victims like Amanda, who's an addict, and Paul, who Jigsaw accuses of self-harming for attention.
Did you cut yourself because you truly wanted to die, or did you just want some attention?
I identified with these characters. I felt like the movie wanted to hurt me. I didn't have the media literacy to distinguish between Jigsaw's viewpoint and the viewpoint of the film itself, which, again, is understandable. 15-year-olds aren't supposed to have sophisticated thoughts about movies, which, theoretically, is the job of professional film critics. So it's less understandable that, in the 2000s, many professional film critics had basically the same dumb opinion about Saw that I did. Critics despised these movies, and they had some very harsh words to say about the swinish vulgarians swarming into theaters to watch them. Quote, Saw has art house ambitions, but it's nothing but a glorified snuff film. A sicko horror film whose sadism is topped only by its absurdity. Gore for the sake of gore. A quick, cheaply produced studio money-making machine feeding off Americans' insatiable bloodlust. It's the perfect movie for people who spent their childhood pulling the wings off flies and incinerating ants with a magnifying glass, but never got around to becoming serial killers themselves. It ought to be condemned as—
Bitch, I pulled the wing off flies when I was like 3. Oh my god, I don't do it anymore. I don't do it anymore. But when I was like a teeny tiny baby, I'd grab them from the window and pull off their wings and watch them walk around. I was tiny! I understand now that was bad. Damn! I did not know I wanted to be a serial killer. This is news to me.
but never
Ants and the magnifying glass, I didn't do that. I wasn't into that.
Got around to becoming serial killers themselves. It ought to be condemned as nothing less than Nazi filmmaking. So, isn't this a little bit than not?
I missed that in my first watch. Huh? And you know what's sad? You guys want to know what's sad? This type of thinking is coming back around. Not only is it coming back around, it's coming back around by like teenagers on the internet trying to condemn all the bad media that they see. Like older teenagers, by the way, not like young teenagers, like teenagers who are like 16 to 18. They're bringing this kind of thinking for media back around, and I despise it because they don't understand that's a form of censorship. And it's a rolling snowball, and that snowball is going to get bigger and bigger. And I always tell them, historically speaking, in regards to censorship and what we can and can't show within the fictional vacuum, right, of media, you cannot censor one thing without censor everything. And historically speaking, the first thing to always be censored is not the taboo subjects, it's not the gore, it's always the queer shit. That is always censored first. First, the queer shit goes. So, for example, first, trans stuff gets censored. Transgender stuff already gets censored as it is. So, transgender stuff gets censored. Then the gay and lesbian stuff gets censored. Then women's stuff gets censored, as in women being powerful, women being violent. That gets censored too. And then suddenly we're left with very clean, surface, Christian Puritan media. Historically speaking, that's always what happens. So when people go, oh, we got to censor the taboo, the people who want to censor the taboo see queer stuff as taboo. They are going to censor that first. You're part of the leopards are eating my face party. The leopards are going to eat your face. You're just going to have to come to terms with the fact some media makes you uncomfortable. And if it makes you uncomfortable, then avoid that media. But trying to remove that media because it makes you specifically uncomfortable is a form of censorship that is not going to end well. It's that simple. And this kind of thinking is back again. It's hot again, and it's driving me nuts.
Nazi filmmaking. So, isn't this a a little bit hysterical. It's fine to not like Saw, that's a valid opinion. You're allowed to not like it. It is definitely not for everyone, but professional critics should be able to defend that opinion without lazily accusing the audience of being Nazis and serial killers. Critics of Saw often framed the series as a symptom of post-9/11 American sadism, the same sickness that led us to Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib. And while it's true that America is full of psychopaths who gladly kill and torture for fun,
And you know what's funny?
while it's true
These kinds of people don't like shit like Saw. So they're crediting Saw as people who do this kind of shit would like it. These fucking horrible conservative people that torture people in real life don't like Saw. They don't want media like that. They want media to be clean because they want to control the masses with clean puritanism media. It's just insane.
That America is full of psychopaths who gladly kill and torture for fun, I don't think the Saw movies are the best evidence for that. The White House Twitter account is, "Get your concentration camp merch now."
Oh god.
Also, the creators of Saw aren't even American. James Wan and Lee Whannell are both Australian, and the majority of Saw franchise box office revenue is Wan and Lee Whannell are both.
It makes me so fucking happy that one of our biggest movies ever is Saw. And it also makes me happy that one of the directors of Saw is an Asian Australian. Because I don't know if you guys know this, we never fucking represent them. Ever. So I'm like, this is one of our fucking biggest, like, wins ever. Ever. Australians rise up.
Australian, and the majority of Saw franchise
The main
box
actors
office
in the first Saw
revenue
movie
is
were British and
international.
Australian.
Isn't that inspiring? Despite our national differences, we can all come together to enjoy violence. Many critics were so outraged by Saw, they didn't even bother to engage with it as art, instead dismissing the movies as snuff films with nothing to offer but gore for the sake of gore. This misrepresentation defined Saw's reputation and still does. The phrase that people usually use is torture porn, a disapproving term coined in 2006 by critic David.
Wait, pause. I need to get some pills. I'll be back.
Edelstein to describe a trend of horror movies with graphic scenes of bondage and mutilation, specifically Saw, Hostel, Wolf Creek, The Devil's Rejects, and Mel Gibson's The Passion of the Christ.
Do you believe God wrote this film?
Wow. God ordains everything.
The terrible reputation of torture porn rests on two main accusations. One is that torture porn is sadistic and therefore morally corrosive. It allegedly appeals only to the baser instincts. Oh, you know the
Calling
one.
it snuff films
Accusation
is
two
insane.
is that torture porn is the lowest form of horror. That movies like Saw use gore for shock value because they're cynical cash grabs
Because it's
that are
fun,
simply too
Jen.
lazy and unsophisticated to think of smarter ways to scare people.
It sucks. It's not scary. It's gross. I hate all that torture porn shit.
The 2000s torture porn trend is still often maligned as the horror genre's flop era. People compare it negatively both to classic slashers like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Halloween, Friday the 13th, and to the current trend of elevated horror. Starting with The Babadook, The Witch, Hereditary, and Get Out. Movies that endeared the horror genre to gatekeepers of middle-brow taste, with artful cinematography and ostentatious use of allegory to explore serious themes. Oh, the monster is a metaphor for trauma. Wow, that's really elevated. It's so elevated, the camera's turning upside down. Whoa!
Pretty girls should always smile.
Oh, this is a movie about patriarchal beauty standards. That's a theme. Themes are very elevated.
Pretty girls should always
I remember this made me laugh.
smile. Pretty girls should always smile.
All right, we got it. Thank you.
We need her young.
I swear I remember when I watched this movie and I was talking in my Discord while I was watching it, and I swear I remember saying, okay, that's a bit on the nose. This scene, I was like, oh, okay, like he's literally talking in our faces. The substance, and when they repeated the flashback, I was like, I get it. Like, I get it. I do remember having that same critique of it.
Hot?
Ugh.
It's a good
It's
movie.
only a
Though.
matter of time until a character in a horror movie says the word neoliberalism.
That's what keeps the shareholders happy.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I love elevated horror. Many of these films are objectively better than Saw, and I'm glad that horror is finally getting the critical recognition it deserves. But with that recognition comes the risk of smugness, and all this elevation is giving me a contrarian urge to act as a defense attorney on behalf of torture porn, supposedly a stupid genre for perverts and pig people with nothing of substance to say.
Pervert
I
pig
think these
person.
accusations are not true. The implication of the phrase torture porn is that the violence in movies like Saw is gratuitous, that it's mindless cruelty for the sake of cruelty with no purpose but sadistic pleasure.
It's just torture and murder. No plot, no characters.
James
I think
Woods.
it's what's next.
Guys, that's
But
Hades.
Saw is not just torture and murder. There's plot, there's characters. Jigsaw may be one of the most interesting characters in the history of horror. He's not just some maniac with a mask and a knife, he's a villain with a philosophy.
We must meet death in order to be reborn.
Jigsaw's real name is John Kramer.
John Kramer?
Kramer is an old man dying of brain cancer who had a spiritual awakening after a failed suicide attempt that inspired his torture rehab method.
Oh, he's a good guy.
Survives my method. He or she is instantly rehabilitated.
But the guy is clearly full of shit. Most victims don't survive, and the ones who do, well, they're not thrilled about it.
You want to know the best thing that happened
Can
to
I
me?
ask? So many of the Saw movies have this filter over it. It's like this fucking yucky green vomit filter. It's so stupid to me. See how crushed the colors are? Like, I promise, guys, you can take off that filter. I promise you can take it off and we'll still think it's scary. You don't need the fucking yucky green filter on it. It's just so... Oh, it's gritty. You know what I mean? It's so dumb.
After having to cut off my own arm, is handicapped parking at the damn mall.
The obvious cruelty and ineffectiveness of John's
I forgot about
techniques
that
make it all seem like the pretext for a bitter man's personal vendetta, his need to punish scapegoats for his own regrets.
Those who don't appreciate life do not deserve life.
He reinflicts his own pain on the world because he's not strong enough to cope with loss or make peace with death, just like people do in real life. And he's so high on his own supply, he actually thinks that he's a savior, not a serial killer.
He's a good
I've
guy.
never murdered anyone in my life. The decisions are up to them.
Killing is distasteful. To him.
Killing is distasteful. To me.
I hate pedophiles. Now, I don't want to overstate the case. The John Kramer character study is not the main draw of the
What was
franchise,
the Epstein
which
jump scare?
clearly is the traps, these baroque spectacles of mutilation and dismemberment. When you go to a Saw movie, that is what you're signing up to watch. But the traps aren't just meaningless violence, they're moral dilemmas that dramatize ideas about justice and freedom and suffering. Like in Saw 4, where a victim of domestic violence is skewered to her abuser with metal spikes in such a way that she can only save her life by ending his. Or in Saw 6,
See, he's a good
when Jigsaw
guy.
goes full Luigi and
There it
kidnaps
is.
a health insurance CEO,
The
forcing him
Luigi
to choose
reference.
which other victims live or die, literally bloodying his hands with the consequences of decisions that he's used
Okay,
to
but-
shrugging off as just the cost of doing business.
See, here's what gets me, because she's talking
with
about
the
this.
consequences of decisions that he's used to shrugging off as just the
Again,
cost.
she's right about everything she's saying, but Jigsaw, like John Kramer, killing is distasteful to me. And then he's like, I give people a new chance at life. I give them a chance. These people don't have a choice. It's not them making the fucking decisions. He's just straight up killing them because someone else is making the decision for them. Like, did this woman not appreciate life? Why is she in it?
cost of doing
I don't know.
business.
It's a business! My decisions aren't made this way!
Is there something cruel about all this?
Did they not
Well,
appreciate
yeah,
life?
Obviously. But cruelty isn't all there is. And cinematic
He's a
sadism
hypocrite.
is not especially unique to Saw. First of all, Your Honor, what even is sadism? I'm always saying this to my psychiatrist. Well, sadism is pleasure, right? Pleasure taken in the suffering of others. But critics of Saw rarely describe their viewing experience as guilty pleasure or as any kind of pleasure. In fact, the opposite. Their complaint is that watching Saw is deeply unpleasant. They call it disgusting,
It's a guilty pleasure
repulsive,
for me.
nauseous, unwatchable. But then for some reason, they assume that the oinking masses watching the same movie must all be drunk on some euphoric bloodlust. And I just don't think that's true. On r/Saw, fans of the series often post threads discussing traps they find most hard to watch, describing them as disgusting, uncomfortable, painful, nauseous. They talk about wincing, cringing, needing to look away. It's the same experience the critics are having. Discomfort and disgust. Pain, not pleasure. So paradoxically, it's like Saw is considered sadistic because the violence is unpleasant. Because the killing is distasteful.
Killing is distasteful!
Of course, to be a fan of Saw, you have to have a taste for the distasteful. No one would watch it if there weren't some kind of masochistic pleasure in unpleasantness.
This is the most fun I've had without lubricant.
But there's nothing unusual about enjoying spectacles of violence, and much more mainstream movies are far less conflicted about encouraging the pleasure of it. For example, I know I said that Saw was the first time I ever saw torture in a movie, but I lied. There is another movie that I watched when I was even younger, with graphic scenes of hardcore violence. I am of course referring to the beloved family Christmas classic, Home Alone. In Home Alone, 8-year-old Kevin McAllister is accidentally left behind when his affluent family travels to Paris for Christmas. When Kevin discovers that the family home is being scouted by a pair of burglars known as the Wet Bandits,
I never
he goes
considered
full
Home
Viet
Alone being
Cong
Saw
and
for
rigs
kids.
the house with traps.
But she's
the
right.
movie climaxes in a foiled home invasion. Jigsaw Jr. shoots BB guns at the bandits' heads and groins. He sears their hands on heated doorknobs, bashes their faces with scalding irons, impales their feet on nails and broken glass, incinerates their scalps, breaks their teeth, and tops it off with the classic tarantula to the face. The sequel escalates it even further. Kevin crushes skulls with bricks, applies a staple gun to a man's genitals, and just straight up electrocutes a guy. I watched this movie as a kid, and I wasn't disturbed at all. I laughed and laughed like a little psychopath. So why does violence in Home Alone feel entertaining, while violence in Saw feels disturbing? You could argue that the violence in Home Alone is cartoonish. There's no blood and gore, it's less realistic, but I don't know, those broken Christmas ornaments felt pretty real. And Saw is not exactly immune to cartoonishness.
My family needs me!
I think the biggest difference is that Home Alone is constructed so that by the time we see the violence, the movie has convinced us that the Wet Bandits deserve it, which gives us a morally acceptable reason to enjoy brutality. Kevin McAllister is a property owner standing his ground. This is self-defense. It's justified. The sequel even implicates the bandits in a comically villainous scheme to steal money from a children's hospital just to make it extra clear they have it coming. To quote the late great Hannibal Lecter,
"Doing bad things to bad people makes you feel good."
Saw usually withholds that
Also, YouTube
satisfaction.
chat. I just
Jigsaw
looked it
thinks
up.
his violence is justified, but his arguments are very suspect. We, the audience,
She's not a
are
Zionist.
not convinced. Jigsaw's victims
She's not a Zionist
are flawed
apologist.
people, but not evil to the point of being unrelatable.
She's been
And their
donating to
suffering is
pro-Palestine
so extreme,
causes
we
and
rarely
talking
feel
about
that they
Gaza.
deserve it. So moral framing is part of what determines how
I think
we
she
feel
was just
when
a bit
watching violence.
obtuse about
Another
how she
part
was
is
talking
point of
about
view.
it.
Which characters does the movie encourage us to identify with? We spend most of Home Alone with Kevin, and the movie clearly aligns with his perspective.
Sorry,
in
someone in
contrast
chat
to the
just
Wet
said that this
Bandits,
creator's
who
a
are
Zionist.
outsiders, literally creepy
And I looked it up,
strangers in a van.
and
There's
literally
even
the
some
first search is,
questionable
well,
ethnic
she's not.
coding where Joe Pesci is like a sleazy Italian with a gold tooth, and Marv, well, it's not subtle.
Happy Hanukkah, Marv.
American don't fly to the promised land, little buddy.
What's with these guys anyway? Are they married? Do they live in the van? Are they gay?
Maybe we're in the church.
It is definitely not the
Knuckle.
same as H3 Man.
The
Oh
first
god,
Saw
H3
puts
is
us
another
mainly
bag
in
of
the point
beans.
of view of Lawrence and Adam, the victims of the bathroom trap. The story is suspenseful because we identify with their predicament. Saw movies in general make such a spectacle of
Watching a
suffering that it
Saw
provokes
essay.
compassion. like a crucifix. It activates your mirror neurons. You wince and cringe, as if the victim's pain becomes your own. In my naive childhood viewing,
She did
I
not
think I
promote
loved the
to
violence in
bomb
Home
them,
Alone
mate.
because I
I
identified
just looked
with
it
the
up.
aggressor. And
She
I hated
didn't
the
at all
violence in
promote to
Saw
bomb them.
because I
She
identified
actually, she
with the
straight up called it a
victims.
genocide.
Therefore,
Come on,
ladies
that's
and
what I
gentlemen of
mean.
the jury, if in Home Alone we pleasantly identify with the violence of the aggressor, and if in Saw we painfully identify with the victims of the violence, then isn't it in fact the case that Home Alone is more sadistic?
She brings up Palestine in this
than
vid, does
Saw?
she actually?
The philosophy degree was really worth it for this. Look, obviously this is a troll argument. I'm trying to provoke
Actually,
you.
don't know.
To provoke you into thinking about the questions I am asking here. How does watching violence make you feel? What makes it satisfying or disturbing? How should watching violence make you feel? Is any of this ethical? And do we care?
I don't give a crap if you covered yourself in peanut butter and had a 15-hooker gangbang.
Why is it so much fun to watch other people get hurt? Well, because other people are not me. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe.
Wow, that's so true. There's more. She's lying. The 3 seconds it took me to look it up, she's calling it a genocide,
Well, I guess I
man.
should play the tape.
Where does she promote to bomb them? How about you send me that evidence?
Hello, Natalie. I want to play a game. For years, you have profited from overproduced video essays. But is there any substance behind that style? Or do you only cut skin deep?
Okay, well, that's enough of that. Look, the sadism allegations against horror movies didn't start with torture porn. Christians, feminists, film critics, the buzzkill trinity, they've been complaining about this for most of a century. In 1973, the Reverend Billy Graham condemned The Exorcist, quote, "The devil is in every frame of that film." Oh, shut up. At least the feminist critique is based in reality. You've probably seen 100 video essays about Laura Mulvey and the male gaze, this idea that not just horror, but cinema in general, takes a masculine point of view and gets the audience off on sado-voyeuristic gazing at objectified women.
We need her young. We need her hot.
Yeah, that's true, especially in slasher movies where the camera often takes a predatory point of view, stalking nubile teens and watching them get penetrated by phallic objects. There's really no point in denying the sado-voyeurism allegations against slashers. It's just a fact. It's obvious. Think about that famous shot of Pam approaching the house in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The camera gives us shark eyes for this girl. We're predators stalking our prey.
You're yum yum. Come on, Jerry, let's go inside forever.
And according to the rules of slashers that this movie helped create, you know that means this yum yum's going on the meat hook later. Saw actually stands out in the horror genre by not disproportionately victimizing women. Men's bodies take a lot of damage in Saw movies. In fact, over 70% of Jigsaw's victims are male, according to the large language model.
Oh my
I
god,
asked,
wait, I
so
didn't realize
that
Saw was
may or may
feminist
not be true.
literature.
Really makes you think. A notable exception is Saw 3D, a movie so misogynistic the director
yeah.
may as well have flashed the words "fuck women"
Never
on
mind,
screen
Saw
in
3D
gold
was
fuchsia
not
font
feminist.
for 90 minutes.
The same woman has played each of you for a fool. She is toxic.
I think we're breaking up.
I remember when I watched this when I was a
It's
teen.
generally not a
I
good
was
sign
like,
when a sequel is in
doesn't feel
3D.
right.
Leave that shit in James Cameron's evil laboratory where it belongs. Anyway, Laura Mulvey isn't wrong, but her quest to castrate the male gaze oversimplifies. She takes a butcher knife to a situation that requires a scalpel. Actually, these days, they often do the surgery with robots. In her book Men, Women, and Chainsaws, Carol J. Clover takes a more nuanced approach. She argues slashers often make a kind of transgender shift in point of view, leading the audience from initial predatory gazing to eventually identify with the struggle of a female hero called the final girl. Quote, "The wildly phallic imagery of slasher films, chainsaws, knives, power drills, and the like, is a kind of fig leaf over their real work, aligning the viewers with a female character and giving them dose after dose of so-called feminine masochism of the most extreme sort." Oh yeah, I love feminine masochism. Keep going. Don't stop.
Are you gonna behave?
This also applies to crime media. You might shift between sadistic identification with the killer, or the cop interrogating the killer, get his ass, masochistic identification with the victims, or voyeuristic identification with the detective. Choose your own perversion. My sadistic pleasure is the series Hannibal, because I get off watching Mads Mikkelsen make edible arrangements out of human meat.
Nothing here is vegetarian.
Hannibal is pleasant to watch because it beautifies murder. It makes crime scenes into works of art. It's very elevated. Whereas Saw is deliberately ugly. The setting is usually a Silent Hill bathroom or like a meat factory. The lighting is jaundiced and oppressive, and the movie's edited by a teenager who overdosed on Adderall. The refusal to beautify violence forces me to linger on the pain and suffering of
that style of editing.
On Adderall.
This like extreme like camera angle and the sped upness and everything. That was kind of invented by Saw. They kind of coined that. That kind of didn't exist before in any kind of like gore or horror or slasher or anything. That was them. And now when you see it in other gore and horror stuff, which you do, they kind of invented that shit.
The refusal to beautify
Just think that's a fun fact.
Forces me to linger on the pain and suffering of victims. Ew. That's not very elevated. It's unpleasant, masochistic. Even Edelstein acknowledges the masochism in his original critique of torture porn. Quote, "In the same way that some women cut themselves, they say, to feel something, maybe some moviegoers need to identify with people being cut to feel something too." Oh, okay. I don't know why he says that with a level of condescension worthy of Jigsaw himself.
Did you just want some attention?
Killing is
There's actually a word
distasteful
for dramatic art where the audience
to me.
identifies with characters who suffer. It's called tragedy. People have actually been talking about this for like 2,000 years. Very elevated people too, like Aristotle, Hegel, Schopenhauer, this freak. Aristotle says that when we watch a tragedy, we experience fear and pity as catharsis, an emotional purge. Blech. Didn't you learn this in high school? Or were you not paying attention? Yeah, me either. Honestly, I just had to look this up. But Edelstein went to Harvard, and probably he knows about catharsis. So what exactly is the drama here? If we all agree there's more to Saw than sadism, then why are we feuding? Are these critics against masochism too? Are we allowed to enjoy anything? Edelstein specifically objects to what he calls the nihilism of torture porn, the lack of clear moral direction given to the violence. And as an example of this, he cites Will Self's essay The American Vice, where Self recounts walking out of Tarantino's Reservoir Dogs during the torture scene, which he felt he could not finish without vomiting.
The Sanji text! Guess what movie Sanji was inspired from?
This is now a video about Quentin Tarantino. I'm so sorry. It's happening.
'Cause it's fun, Jan!
Tarantino is a director, you've probably heard of him, he's hard to avoid, who's attracted decades of controversy about, among other things, graphic ultra-violence in his movies. In his first film, Reservoir Dogs, a group of criminals botch a jewel heist, then hide out in a warehouse where they turn against each other.
That's
One
the
of
guy!
these dogmen, Mr. Blonde, is an unhinged sadist who even the other criminals refer to as a psycho.
Psychopath ain't a professional. Can't work with a psychopath.
He arrives at the warehouse with a cop he's taken hostage, duct tapes him to a chair, and says he's going to torture him for fun.
Yeah, Tarantino's a shit guy.
It's amusing to me to torture. Oh.
The scene that follows is, in fact, uncomfortable. I understand the urge to stop watching. Blonde tunes the radio to jaunty 70s rock song Stuck in the Middle with You.
Did you know Bob's
And
Burgers
between
has
singing
a
and
reference to
dancing
this
along, he slices the cop's ear off with a straight razor, delivers bits of witty banter,
Was that as good for you as it was for me?
and he proceeds to douse the cop in gasoline, preparing to burn him alive. The music gives a feeling of revelry to what would otherwise be a purely horrifying scene. It's a classic trope, using upbeat music to infuse violence with sadistic energy. It goes back to Kubrick's A Clockwork Orange, which equates the ecstasy of Beethoven with the ecstasy of sexual assault.
Oh, it was gorgeousness and gorgeosity made flesh.
See also Hip to be Square in American Psycho.
Best best part about this movie is Jared Leto getting axed. Like this scene. That's Jared Leto that he's killing. It feels so cathartic.
See also Ride of the Valkyries and Apocalypse Now. See also that Enya song and the girl with the dragon tattoo. See also Freebird and the Devil's Rejects. We could keep going. I could just do a video about this.
The perfectly done musical sequence and a violence sequence, they are the exact same thing.
In the same way that some people like to get their aggression out by playing drums or hitting people, I like to hit the piano.
And it is like a cum shot. You're waiting for it to crash.
Will's self-subjection to the Reservoir Dogs torture scene is that, quote, we lose sight of whose exact POV we are inhabiting. The sadist who is doing the torturing, the policeman, the incapacitated accomplice. It is this vacillation in POV that forces the sinister card of complicity upon the viewer. So I think I like this scene for the same reason that Self hates it, because of the unstable ambiguity in point of view. On the one hand, the movie has done absolutely nothing to convince us that the cop deserves this. So we're watching.
He's a cop. I fucking beg to differ. Thank you very much.
Watching a man be tortured
I'm
to
not
death
exactly
for
torn
no
up
reason,
about this.
and the moral response to that is to identify with the victim and be horrified. However, the jaunty music and the dancing and the banter
what's going on?
Convey how fun this is for Mr. Blonde. So much so, I kind of feel infected by the pleasure of his cruelty, and the tension of that split identification with these characters is emotionally challenging. Will Self hates this. He feels like watching it makes him an accomplice.
No, I am not
but the filmmaker's
identifying
refusal to
with
take
no
a moral
cop.
stand shifts responsibility
Reverse
onto
that.
the viewer, and he doesn't want that responsibility, so he stops watching.
Well, I can't watch.
Why don't I stop watching? Well, perversion. It's just as simple as that. I don't know, I guess I think there's something honest about cruelty that doesn't make excuses for itself. To paraphrase Karl Marx, Tarantino is a very honest excuses
Jump
for
scare.
itself.
We shall not make excuses for the terror. Okay.
To paraphrase Karl Marx, Tarantino is a very honest sadist. He doesn't make excuses.
The opening shot of a guy jerking off to slasher films, that is so cool.
In interviews, he shamelessly describes movie violence as fun and cool, despite constant accusations that he's glorifying brutality and corrupting the youth.
Why the need for so much gruesome, graphic violence? Why not let us imagine?
Because it's so much fun, Jan!
Get it?
I think we all have a part of
I
us.
am so fucking mad he's such a shitty guy. I'm so mad he's such a piece of shit because that's such a good response to that. Because I'm a big advocate for it doesn't all need a meaning. You can just make something, right? But he's such a piece of shit.
That enjoys destruction,
It's so annoying.
violence, and brutality. Like in real life, I'm stuck being an influencer, but in Skyrim, I'm a very important murderer.
Aren't we the overachiever?
Yes, Mother. What's unusual about Tarantino is his honesty. Most people disguise their sadism. They make excuses. And morality is often the excuse. Instead of admitting that we find violence fun, like this dweeb savant, we insist on moral rationales, like retribution, punishment, self-defense, atonement, justice. But is violence with a moral purpose any less sadistic? Less fun? In his later movies, Tarantino increasingly uses moral framing to make violence palatable. By 2003's Kill Bill, Tarantino has changed genres, from gritty crime drama to revenge movie. The emotional arc of a revenge movie has two acts. Act 1 is the fuck around act, where a villain victimizes a hero. The audience then identifies with the victim's desire for payback. Act 2 is the find out act, where the desire is fulfilled in
What the movie advertisements refer to as a roaring rampage of revenge.
Kill Bill opens with a massacre at Uma Thurman's wedding, where everyone is murdered by these people called the Deadly Vipers Assassination Squad. Okay. The wedding massacre is bad violence. We identify with the victim. This feels bad. We don't like it. Then there's a little rape revenge subplot where the bride awakes from a coma to discover that her unconscious body is being pimped out to random perverts by a hospital orderly, whose name is Buck because he's here to fuck.
My name is Bucks, and I'm here to fuck.
What is it
it's
with
pretty
Bucks?
rough.
Can't catch a break from these people. The bride bites the lip off one of these perverts and then repeatedly slams Buck's head in a steel door really, really hard. This is good violence. This feels good.
Feminism.
We like this because the movie has convinced us that the guy deserves it. And so the find out act begins. The bride hunts down the deadly vipers in a roaring rampage of revenge that ends up in Japan and is basically an excuse for Quentin to weeb out and spend an hour watching sexy women slice each other's limbs off with katanas.
I am the audience. All right, you know, it's like I'm jerking off the audience, and it is like a cum shot.
The violence in Kill Bill is fun. It's bloody fantasy wish fulfillment. The bad violence feels bad so that the good violence feels good. And that symmetry of violence leaves us feeling like the karmic balance is restored. I know how all of this works because Stanley Kubrick explained it to me. Quote, "We have seen so many times that the body of a film serves merely as an excuse for motivating a final blood-crazed slaughter by the hero of his enemies, and at the same time to relieve the audience's guilt of enjoying this mayhem." Right, so guilt about enjoying violence, relieve the audience.
Oh, he was defending a Clockwork Orange. I've never seen this quote from him before. I mean, it's true. It's in the same way tons of battle shonen are written around the plot and not with a plot. They're just writing to get to that final fight or to get to a fight. It kind of feels like the plot is secondary.
Audience's guilt of enjoying this mayhem. Right, so guilt about enjoying violence is a problem to be solved, and revenge
I love
is
Clockwork
a
Orange. I've
solution.
seen it.
But Tarantino has discovered an even better solution.
The next thing I'll do is this World War II movie. The only thing about it is, it's a big Mount Everest kind of epic.
In movies like Django Unchained, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and in Glorious Bastards, Tarantino fabricates a genre of social justice fairy tale where wish fulfillment movie violence intervenes on real historical atrocities like slavery, the Manson murders, and you know, all that Nazi stuff. For example, Inglourious Bastards takes place once upon a time in Nazi-occupied France. See, it's like a fairy tale. In the first scene, SS Colonel Hans Landa, aka the Jew Hunter, interrogates a farmer who's hiding a Jewish family in his basement.
You're sheltering enemies of the state, are you not?
After 16 minutes
He's
of
such a
airtight
good actor.
tension, I mean, the dweeb is good at making movies. That's not the issue. Colonel Landa has his men come in and massacre them all, except for one, Shoshana Dreyfus, who escapes.
Au revoir, Shoshana!
This is bad violence. This feels bad. We don't like it. And the scene reminds you why you hate the Nazis. In case you forgot. Absolute cinema. Then we cut to an outrageous comedy performance by Brad Pitt as American Lieutenant Aldo Raine, who's putting together a team of 8 Jewish American soldiers called the Inglourious Bastards to do one thing and one thing only.
Killing Nazis.
Aldo explains that each man owes him
100 Nazi scalps.
which we watch them harvest in graphic detail.
We will be cruel to the Germans.
The Bastards' plot converges with Shoshana's when they pull off concurrent plans to massacre the Nazi high command, including Adolf Hitler, at the premiere of a propaganda film. After a real change, Shoshana's face appears on the screen and tells the Nazis
that you are all going to die.
Her lover Marcel ignites a mountain of flammable film behind the screen, engulfing the theater in flames, while the bastards gun down Hitler and Goebbels. The crowd of Nazis stampede into locked doors as a voice rings out, "My name is Shoshana Dreyfus, and this is the face of Jewish vengeance." And the bastards keep firing machine guns into the crowd until their bombs go off, and then the cinema explodes and everyone dies.
Cinema.
This is good violence. This feels good. We like this.
And it is like a cum shot.
It's a roaring rampage of revenge, but because the antagonist is literally Hitler, it feels like more than bloody satisfaction. It feels like justice. Or at least that is how it would feel if I didn't know better. I mean, we've gone from Reservoir Dogs, where the torture scene felt conflicted and uncomfortable, to Inglourious Bastards, where I'm watching a theater full of people get incinerated alive and I feel nothing but simple childlike joy, the likes of which I haven't known since Home Alone. Is this really moral progress?
Directors don't get better as they get older. They get worse.
You could argue it is, because torturing a random guy is bad and killing Hitler is good. But Tarantino didn't actually do those things. He made entertaining movies. And in his own words, violence in real life is terrible. Violence in movies can be cool. It's just another color to work with. Cruelty is Tarantino's favorite color of artistic pleasure, and the violence in his movies is just that.
Violence is one of the most cinematic things. Almost as if Edison and the Lumiere brothers invented the camera to film violence.
There's a scene where the Inglourious Bastards interrogate a Nazi sergeant who chooses to die with honor rather than betray his fellow Germans.
Got a German here wants to die for country. Oblige him.
Donnie Donowitz, aka the Bear Jew, then savagely beats him to death with a baseball bat while screeching about the Red Sox like a typical Boston lunatic.
Then we back on his feet for Teddy fucking ball game.
So we might feel that killing Nazis is righteous, but for the bastards, it's also entertainment.
Quite frankly, watching Donnie beat Nazis to death is the closest we ever get to going to the movies.
Killing is amusing to them, like it is to Mr. Blonde, and like the spectacle of it is to Tarantino.
Boom, 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 boom. Knocks it out of the park.
Critic Daniel Mendelsohn said, Tarantino indulges his taste for vengeful violence by turning Jews into Nazis. You hate to see it. This parallel is implied by Tarantino himself, when he shows Hitler laughing sadistically at a film that seems to be nothing but an endless reel of Allied soldiers getting shot. Hitler, the bastards, and we, the audience, are united by our taste for violence.
Be watching Donnie beat Nazis to death is the closest we ever get to going to the movies.
Morality and ideology.
Wait, so Quentin made a movie about if you fight gratuitous violence with gratuitous violence, then you are doing the same thing the Nazis are doing. Which is a point if he were not a fucking Zionist. Is there not an insane irony in that? Like, he's a Zionist. How the fuck did he make a movie about that exact point and then still be a Zionist? Do you know what I mean? How can you be so blinded to your own top, themes and narratives? The cognitive dissonance is insane. So close yet so far. It's just crazy. Because here's the thing, if this movie were talked about in the way she's talking about it, I'd say 10 years ago, it'd be like, oh, that's incredibly... A lot of people would think that's incredibly in bad faith to say, well, they're doing the same thing the Nazis were doing. But now, of course, we have Zionists that are literally Nazis. So it's like, I don't even know what to think of that. By the way, obviously I'm not saying Jewish people are all Zionists. That's not what I'm saying. Zionism and Jewish people are totally different things. Just because you're Jewish doesn't mean you're a Zionist, obviously. But what the fuck? That's just insane that he made a movie like this and then hasn't obviously reflected on it.
Are exposed as shallow pretexts for a more basic sadism. Even Hans Landa betrays the Germans without hesitation as soon as it's convenient, showing that he never really was a sincere or loyal Nazi. So why did he become the Jew hunter? Well, because
it's so much fun, Jan! Get it?
Bingo! Have fun!
This is what I mean when I say Reservoir Dogs is honest about cruelty. Not that Inglourious Bastards is dishonest, it actually goes out of its way to expose itself as sadistic entertainment with no moral purpose. But the premise of Jewish vengeance against Nazis inherently gives the audience a righteous alibi. Unlike Reservoir Dogs, which doesn't let us get away with splitting violence into good and evil.
That's true, Mama, and they're still trying to do that as well.
And the fun of violence.
They're still trying to say, we can do this because it happened to us.
No role models, just people being people. Some are worse than others, but they're all a bunch of dogs. You can call it nihilistic, but it feels more real to me than fairy tales like Inglourious Bastards, where the heroes are bloodthirsty sadists who kill and torture for fun, but the villains are literally Hitler, so it's fine maybe? Maybe not. I don't know. This is supposed to be a video about Saw, and I just wrote an entire essay about Tarantino. God damn it. Why can't I focus on one thing? Well, this Tarantino stuff is very relevant to Saw, and I will now explain how. Otherwise, you guys are going to be really mad at me. My point is that moral purpose doesn't take the cruelty out of violence. It may, in fact, intensify it. And isn't that kind of what Saw is all about? Perfect transition. Nailed it.
Cinema.
Alright, I'm focused. I'm locked in. Jigsaw. Jig fucking Saw.
Jig fucking Saw. Jig fucking Saw.
Saw is about the
There's no way
relationship
she's
between
got ads on
morality
this video.
and violence. John Kramer is a moral serial killer, almost a parody of morality itself. He's the kind of judgmental tyrant who will burn a guy alive just for playing sick to get some paid time off.
If you're so sick, then why do I have so many photos of you up and about?
He's so
See, the
self-righteous,
morals
he
are
doesn't
so
even think
fucked
that what he's
up.
doing counts as killing.
We don't kill.
You chopped a fucking head off.
I've never murdered anyone in my life. The decisions are up to them.
Really, it's the victim's fault for
I haven't
allowing
killed
themselves
anyone.
to die in twisted death machines, which, yes, he may have trapped them in, but only because he was trying to help them.
You did this to me.
No. You did this to yourself.
He wants them to survive, but if they don't, that's fine, because the fact that they died proves that they deserved to die.
Those who don't appreciate life do not deserve life.
People say he likes to watch,
Looks like our friend Jigsaw likes to book himself front row seats to his own sick little games.
but he's definitely not doing this for fun. Killing is distasteful.
Killing is
distasteful.
to me.
Oh, yes. There will be blood.
It's not emotional at all, because he's an enlightened Stoic philosopher, and everything he does is completely rational.
The heart cannot be involved. Emotionally, there can be nothing there. It can never be personal.
So Jigsaw is up there with Claude Frollo as one of the most sanctimonious villains.
The heart cannot be involved, but it is emotional. He's deciding on his own moral views if someone deserves to be tortured or not. Your heart is in it. This movie is such a shit show. Oh, I love the fucking Saw series. It's just so ridiculous.
Never be personal.
So Jigsaw is up there with Claude Frollo as one of the most sanctimonious villains of all time.
Request permission to stop this cruelty.
In a moment, Captain. A lesson needs to be learned here. As the pupil learned her lesson.
What am I supposed to learn from this? Look at my arm!
And it's this kind of moralistic villainy that actually keeps me up at night, because it's the mindset that most often leads to real-world violence.
Have you been harboring gypsies?
Our home is always open to the weary traveler.
I'm placing you and your family under house arrest.
Outside of horror movies, there aren't that many nihilistic sadists doing random chainsaw massacres for fun. It's just the rural working class blowing off a little economic anxiety.
Listen, you Malibu middle-class Barbie piece of shit. I'm trying to work here. Work? You ever work?
I don't know anyone who acts like Michael Myers or Freddy Krueger, but there's jigsaws everywhere for those with the eyes to see. Our society is ruled by these assholes because their horrible personalities are irresistible to broken people with daddy issues.
I found myself a father, a leader, a teacher.
Maybe that's why I've been watching Saw. I'm trying to understand the mindset of people who feel righteous sending other human beings to a place called Alligator Alcatraz. Real Jigsaw type of shit. I don't think nihilism is the problem. Violence in Saw is cruel, but it isn't meaningless. Jigsaw's cruelty is not in conflict with his morality. His cruelty is his morality. Every Saw trap is a caricature of some principle of ethics or
The
justice.
green filter.
A punishment that fits the crime. A lesson learned through pain. An abuser forced to reckon with the harm he's caused his victims. A higher purpose that requires you to sacrifice pieces of yourself. These are common moral values that most people probably accept. Saw traps isolate the element
All
of
of Saw
cruelty
1
in those
is like
values
edging.
and exaggerate it. Now I'm going to try to
It's all
summarize
edging. There's
Jigsaw's
actually not
philosophy,
like a
but
lot of
it's
gore in
difficult
Saw 1
because,
until
as
the
many
very
critics
end.
have observed, his reasoning is not consistent. Some inconsistency is the result of deliberate choices by the writers to depict him as a hypocrite. John Kramer is a serial killer with a brain tumor, so it does make sense he wouldn't be the most coherent thinker.
Confess.
But other inconsistencies have no explanation beyond the simple fact that the Saw movies are not good.
Death is a surprise party. Unless, of course, you're already dead on the inside.
Why didn't Goldie
I'm sorry
Roger
if I
become
misled you
Saw?
about this. I've been
He
defending
had a
them to be
life-threatening
contrarian, but
disease. He
that
could
can
have
only
been
go so
righteous.
far. The truth is that the series has gone through so many writers and directors, they sometimes forget what the movie is about. In the first movie, Jigsaw is some kind of moral Darwinist. He chooses victims because he thinks they lack the will to survive.
We have a human race that doesn't have the edge or the will to survive.
The purpose of the traps is to rehabilitate that will.
So stupid.
At the end of the first movie, when Jigsaw says,
Most people are so ungrateful to be alive, but not you. Not anymore.
it feels like a fourth wall break, like he's telling the audience we'll be more grateful for our lives now that we've spent 2 hours watching people die in vicious murder contraptions. And there might even be some truth to that. Now that he mentions it, I guess I do appreciate not being in a saw trap. At least that's what I would say if I were not currently in a saw trap. Wait, how am I getting out of this? Well, that's a later problem. The Roman poet Lucretius, elevated, wrote about the pleasure of watching a sinking ship from the comfort of dry land. Quote, not that we wish them ill, but we realize how free we are.
How lovely it is when the winds lash the great sea into huge waves that beset sailors to gaze out from dry land at the tribulations of others. Not that we wish them ill, but we realize how free we are from the troubles
they face. The timeless pleasure of sucks to be you. But as the series progresses, the writers lose track of Jigsaw's MO. He becomes more of a moralist, punishing sinners for miscellaneous crimes, like predatory lending,
You are predators.
taking antidepressants, being too obsessed with saving people,
We learn how to let
taking
go.
oh yeah, oh fuck, taking antidepressants was
being too obsessed with
this one was crazy. Like, it's exactly what she says. He was just like so obsessed with saving people that Jigsaw was like, I have to punish you. Cause you're so obsessed with saving people that it hurts people. What the fuck are you talking about? The final trap for this guy was he had to wait before entering the door. Right? So if he just waited before entering the door, the people in the trap would not have died. But because he's got a habit of saving people and running through doors, that was his lesson. Stop fucking running through doors. That's what I mean. This series is so ridiculous.
saving people,
Will you learn how to let go?
framing your husband for infanticide, selling a faulty motorcycle to John Kramer's nephew,
$600 for a bike that you listed in excellent condition.
What does any of this have to do with the will to survive?
You listed.
Hang on, $600 is a steal. Even if it's a shitty bike. That's a steal. Are you kidding me? You're killing him for that.
In excellent condition.
What does any of this have to do with the will to survive? Nothing. The inconsistency makes more sense when you
motorbike.
realize that Saw began as basically a cheap knockoff of the movie Seven. Seven is a 1995 crime thriller starring Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman as detectives hunting down a dangerous predator, Kevin Spacey, who in the movie plays a Christian extremist serial killer called John Doe, whose murders are ironic punishments for the 7 deadly sins. For example, he kills an obese man by force-feeding him to death and writing gluttony on the wall behind the fridge. A scene that really disturbs me because it reminds me of the many times that I have passed out in a plate of spaghetti. John Doe's greed victim is a lawyer who he kills by forcing him to sacrifice a pound of flesh, Merchant of Venice style.
No cartilage, no bone, but only flesh. Merchant of Venice. Didn't see it.
The lust victim is a sex worker penetrated by a bladed strap-on. The sloth victim is bound to a bed.
Now that pissed me off. I remember when I was watching the movie and the lust. I mean, I know it's supposed to be this way because the fucking antagonist is like a puritanical, like Christian or Catholic, whatever the fuck. But it pissed me off so bad when I watched the movie and the lust victim was a prostitute getting punished. Because I was like, a prostitute getting punished? How is she the lust victim? A guy that is assaulting women should be the lust victim, right? Even from what I know, the Bible talks about the lust is your problem. Pluck out your eye. That's your issue, right? Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's what it says. And I was like, I get the point that this guy is just a fucking nonsensical, misogynistic bastard, but I was like, how the fuck are you making the prostitute the lust victim? As if she feels lustful. Like, prostitutes do not feel lustful over the people they are with. It's a job. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
For a year.
Even watching the movie, it made me
and the pride victim is a model John Doe mutilates.
Cut off her nose, despite her face.
Forcing her to choose either to call for help and live, although disfigured, or to take a lethal dose of sleeping pills, which, of course, she does. As for envy and wrath, well, what's in the box?
What's in the fucking box? What's in the box? What's in the fucking box?
Just watch the movie. It's good.
What's in the box?
John Doe's pride murder is pretty much the prototype of a saw trap. The victim has to make a choice between death or mutilation. A classic jigsaw setup.
Live or die. Make your choice.
Morgan Freeman calls John Doe a preacher.
He's preaching.
His murders are his sermons.
His murders are his sermons to us.
Jigsaw is likewise described as preaching, as teaching sick life lessons. He's basically a secular John Doe. The influence is obvious. Lee Wanell acknowledges this, with self-aware hindsight even describing Saw as a 23-year-old doing their best impression of Seven. Fair enough. So although generally a worse movie, Saw does innovate on Seven, mainly in that unlike the Punisher John Doe, Jigsaw thinks his traps are rehabilitation.
If a subject survives my method, he or she is instantly rehabilitated.
If John Doe is creating hell on
distasteful.
Earth, maybe Jigsaw is creating purgatory. In Seven, John Doe is canonically inspired by Dante's Divine Comedy.
Dante, goddamn poetry writing, fucking piece of shit.
Oh.
Fucker.
In Dante's Purgatorio, souls cleanse themselves through acts of penance that are mirrors of the deadly sins.
Can I ask what the difference between greed and gluttony is? Is that kind of not the same thing twice, or am I just not looking deep enough into that? Right? If you're gluttonous, then you're greedy, are you not? It depends on the materials? Hang on, wait. Hang on, you're contradicting each other now. Gluttony is the sin to take from where is none. Greed is to take from others. Where is none? Semantics. Envy and greed also share some overlap. I agree. I honestly believe envy and wrath also share some overlap.
So the slothful run in circles, the envious have their eyes sewn shut, the gluttonous starve just out of reach of food. Dante invented a term for this kind of ironic
what does the greedy do?
Slothful run in circles through acts of penance that are mirrors of the deadly sins. So the slothful run in circles, the envious have
didn't mention the greed.
Their eyes sewn shut, the gluttonous starve just out of reach of food. Dante invented a term for this kind of ironic penalty. He calls it contrapasso, Italian for something like counter-suffering, a punishment that mirrors the crime. Contrapasso is first mentioned in the Inferno by a politician damned to carry his own severed head through hell for the sin of turning a son against his father. So literal decapitation is the punishment for metaphorically decapitating a family. The Inferno is full of contrapasso tortures, like the eternal wind that sweeps lustful souls as they once were swept around by passion, or the false prophets and astrologers whose heads are twisted backwards because they tried to see the future. A lot of saw traps use the same kind of contrapasso logic because they passion, or the false wind that sweeps lustful
swept around by passion. Is that so bad? Personally, I wouldn't mind being in the winds of lust, but you know, maybe that's me.
Souls as they once were swept around by passion, or the false prophets and astrologers whose heads are twisted backwards because they tried to see the future. A lot of saw traps use the same kind of contrapasso logic. A criminal who burned people with his cons and lies.
For years you have burned those around you with with your lies.
Now has to crawl into a furnace to survive. A witness to a fatal car crash froze instead of helping. Now she'll literally freeze into a human popsicle unless the victim's father acts fast enough to get the key.
Why does he hate women? Like, how the fuck is that? You have killed her! How dare you be a witness to a fatal car crash and not report that to the authorities? Like, is that truly worth fucking torturing someone over? I remember when I watched this one, I was like, that's it? That's all she did? So great, but I don't think it's worth torturing her over.
A drug dealer ensnared his customers in pits of addiction. Now he has to crawl into a pit of filthy syringes. Or he can just throw Amanda in.
Ow!
I guess that also works.
Oh, yow!
Each saw trap is a variation on poetic justice,
I could have done that.
contrapasso, and you could categorize them according to the different ways in which a punishment can fit the crime. Some traps are literal retaliation, like the razor wire maze, where cutting punishes cutting. Others are metaphorical, like the freezer trap, where the punishment of freezing symbolizes the crime of inaction.
He was speaking metaphorically. He does that a lot.
These can also be more subtle,
way.
like the bathroom trap, which doesn't obviously mirror a specific crime until Adam makes this confession.
Face it, Larry, we're both bullshitters.
So these two men who are full of shit are trapped together in a filthy lavatory. Maybe it's not that deep. Well, I will make it that deep. I want to play a game. Other traps are what I'll call didactic. Technically, all traps are supposed to teach a lesson.
What the fuck am I supposed to learn from this, huh? Look at my arm!
But in true didactic traps, the victim literally can't survive unless they learn the lesson that the trap is meant to teach. For example, in Saw 5, a group of selfish criminals have to help each other to survive a trap sequence.
You fucking killed her.
I didn't trust her.
Because the final trap demands they sacrifice 10 pints of blood.
We were supposed to work together, so we all survived. That's the game.
That acting
A valuable lesson about teamwork that I'm sure will make them productive members of society.
It was all part of the game.
The last category of traps I'll call revelatory justice, where the victim is forced to confront the harm they've done to other people.
Roderick!
It's like in A Christmas Carol, where the ghost of
But
Christmas
Roderick's in that
Future
movie.
shows Scrooge the Cratchit family mourning Tiny Tim, whose sad Victorian child crutch lingers poignantly, now ownerless. And everyone cries, except Oscar Wilde, who probably thinks it's hilarious.
Okay, but he's got a point. If it was like, because Christmas Carol, it's like, oh, his little cane is sitting there. There is something a little bit humorous.
I guess it is pretty
It's
funny.
just so
That's
on the
revelatory justice. Scrooge is made to understand the consequences of his actions from the victim's point of view. In Saw 6, Jigsaw puts the health insurance CEO through a series of these ordeals, forcing him to witness the effects of decisions he usually makes with an impersonal formula.
The choice is not so clear when you are face to face with the people whose blood will stain your hands.
First, he has to win a breath-holding competition against his company's janitor, who smokes and has a pre-existing condition, and so obviously he loses and dies.
How dare he
Now's
smoke?
as good a time as any to mention that Jigsaw has no class consciousness. He has the politics of the median voter. Yes, he wants to torture CEOs, but he also thinks that janitors who smoke deserve to die.
This man has continued to smoke even though he has a history of high blood pressure.
Anyway, then the CEO has to choose 2 out of 6 employees to save from death by shotgun, looking them in the eye as he kills them.
Look at me! You're killing me! You look at me!
I'm sure after that he'd be just like Scrooge on Christmas Day, if only the final trap hadn't injected him with hydrofluoric
Roderick Heffley!
acid. On Christmas Day, if only the final trap hadn't injected him.
I fucking forgot that Roderick was in this film. When I was watching this, I went, oh! Roderick Heffley, Diary of a Wimpy Kid!
With hydrofluoric acid.
Wow, his breakout role.
Have we talked about how killing is distasteful?
Killing is
The violence in
distasteful.
Saw is really very similar to Dante's Hell or Purgatory, except that unlike Saw, Dante is very elevated, so no one ever accuses the Inferno of being torture. But like, what
Roderick
is this
wasn't actually
poem
in a
if not a
trap.
metaphysical torture safari? Don't get me wrong, I love the Divine Comedy, definitely a top 10 torture book for me, but I don't think it's morally defensible. I simply give myself permission to enjoy immoral art, because I believe in aesthetic decadence. Camille Paglia's view that, quote, literature's endless murders and disasters are there for contemplative pleasure, not moral lesson. Though inevitably it's both. And from the moral point of view, I think Dante is much harder to defend than Saw, because Jigsaw is the villain. You can argue Saw is cruel, but the movie doesn't ask you to enjoy the cruelty or agree with it. Dante, on the other hand, presents eternal torture as divine justice. In the Inferno, Dante is often tempted to sympathize with suffering sinners, and every time, Virgil has to remind him that empathy is liberal bullshit. It's blasphemy, in fact, to pity
Yeah, it
the
was
damned,
pudding, sure.
because it implies dissension from God's judgment.
Don't ask me to pity those people. I don't mourn them any more than I do the thousands that died at Sodom and Gomorrah.
Now this seems pretty
One Piece
fucked up
reference.
to me, but that's because I'm not a medieval Christian. From the modern liberal point of view, we see compassion as the basis of morality and cruelty as the basis of evil. That's why we're so outraged about torture.
Whoa, thank you for that donation. Love your analysis of One Piece. You always look beyond the obvious, and as someone who doesn't care much about the fights, it's really refreshing to have found someone so perceptive and thoughtful. Excellent video, by the way. Nice watch. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate that. I really appreciate that, and I also really appreciate the support.
But Dante didn't have this hang-up. In his version of Christianity, the root of evil isn't cruelty, it's disobedience, turning away from God. So cruelty is not a moral problem for him as long as it results from the contemplation of God's perfect moral order.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
To quote the famous theologian St. Thomas of Aquasomething,
St. Thomas Aquasomething. St. Thomas Aquinas.
the blessed in glory will see the sufferings of
Why'd
the
you
damned
delete that?
in order that their bliss
I
may
agree.
be more delightful to them. Looks like our friend Thomas of Aquasomething likes to book himself front row seats to God's sick little games.
Nothing wrong with a man taking pleasure in his work.
So if God's judgment entails a moral mandate to enjoy the suffering of sinners, then is Dante really any better than Tarantino? What is wrong with these people? Are they perverted? Are they just Italian? Obviously there's a sadistic fascination on display in the Inferno, and in a lot of Christian art. Dante famously depicts his enemies in hell, which feels like a real Tarantino move. But I do think there's a difference. Quentin Tarantino is not an ethically serious person. He's a decadent aesthete, a dorky demon child who thinks that violence is fun.
He's got that kind of energy that a 6-year-old or an 8-year-old has, where they're not looking anywhere to find out what people's faces look like while they do things. They're just doing things.
Justice is just an excuse for him to play his little games.
Taking cinema and, getting you hard.
Yeah.
And make you come.
But I think Dante is morally sincere when he condemns himself not for cruelty, but for
I
pity.
didn't want Kainu to
Justice
read
for
that.
Dante is not an excuse for violence,
Kainu will
because
catch ya.
justice is violence. And it's not always fun. At times in the Inferno, Dante even cries over the suffering of the damned, like a liberal cuckold. But these are blasphemous tears, resulting from a rebellious misalignment with God's will. St. Augustine said, quote, "The saints will not pity the suffering of the damned, but will rejoice in the manifestation of divine justice." Now, we could sit here like smug Voltaires, laughing at these people and their jigsaw god, but first, let's make sure we're not throwing hacksaws from glass torture chambers. Is the idea of God's judgment a sadistic cope? Well, yeah, of course. But it's an understandable cope for the universal human predicament of injustice, of living in a world where the ratio of sowing to reaping is, by all appearances, completely fucked.
Good doesn't lead to good nor bad to bad. People steal, don't get caught. Others lie and cheat and get elected.
Christians aren't the only ones to
Tarantino's weird as fuck.
theorize some kind of sublime cosmic alignment between f***ing around and finding out.
Thank you so
In ancient
much.
Hindu scripture, the Garuda Purana describes hell realms, narakas, which would not feel out of place in Dante, like the hell called Kumbhipaka, where in contrapasso style, people who kill and cook animals are boiled alive in oil. Oink oink, Farmer Hoggett. Babe wants to play a game.
Did you know that pigs are highly compassionate animals?
The Tamil film Anyan is basically a Hindu version of Seven, but with better musical numbers.
What? Wait,
David
new
Fincher,
movie I have
demand
to
that
watch.
you remake Seven as a musical. Bring Kevin Spacey back. I don't care about the allegations. I want to see him singing in a Dutch tulip field.
Well, go. I think we should care about the
In
allegations
Anyan,
personally.
rule-obsessed lawyer Ambi
you know.
becomes a vigilante serial killer whose murders are based on punishments from the Garuda Purana. He writes the word Kumbhipaka in blood at the first murder scene, foreshadowing his next victim, a railway caterer who serves bad food. Ambi kills the cook by food. Ambi kills the cook by frying him into human chicken 65.
What? Wait, what was this movie
In
called?
Dharmic religions, karma is moral murder scenes from this lawyer. I don't care about David Fincher members. Anyan is
Anyan. Oh fuck, I'm writing that down. I must watch this. Sorry, this kind of stuff is like my bread and butter.
basically a Hindu obsessed lawyer. Garuda Purana becomes a vigilante serial killer whose murders are based on punishments from the Garuda Purana. He writes the word railway. In Dharmic religions, karma is moral cause and effect. It's less a legal metaphor of crimes and punishments, and more a botanical metaphor of seeds and fruits. But both metaphors give moral order to the world where actions mirror consequences and suffering makes sense. Where, according to a popular meme, the fuck around-itude is directly proportional to the find-out-itude.
I was going to say Sanji would kill someone like
in the
that.
symmetry of crime
Sanji
and punishment,
would kill a bad cook.
sowing and reaping, action and consequence, debt and repayment, sin and atonement, attack and
Hey,
counterattack.
Anubis
You know, it's
mentioned.
like poetry, it rhymes. That's why Dante has an eye for it. Contrapasso is the poetry of pain.
Every stanza kind of rhymes with the last one.
It's difficult for modern liberals to accept that any kind of cruelty could be beautiful, but for most of human history, people haven't had this hang-up. Proportionality of crime and punishment was the basis of most legal systems in the ancient world, like the Latin lex talionis, law of retaliation, an eye for an eye. Scales symbolize justice because justice is balance. It's based on a financial metaphor where crime is debt and punishment is repayment. Justice is balancing.
Forgive me for pausing. Is this why a lot of hardcore religious conservative people are fine with the death penalty? Because this is making me think about how we've changed our punishments from being physically harmful and physically torturous to like jail time and imprisonment. Do you know what I mean? Like our just desserts now are putting people in jail. But there are still plenty of people who are like, no, we should be like killing them. This should be the death penalty. Do you know what I mean? Is this where that comes from? Because I always wondered why the death penalty was seen as such a necessity to some people. Because I am of the opinion that no one should be deciding who should kill anyone. Do you know what I mean? At least that's what I thought anyway.
In the books, it's moral accounting. In some ancient legal systems, crime literally was financial debt, like the Germanic weregild system, where a murderer paid blood money to a victim's family instead of blood. I've talked about this before, but I'll say again that law replaced revenge to solve the problem of cyclical feuds. You know how that goes. If Sollozzo whacks Luca Brasi, and then Michael whacks Sollozzo, and Fabrizio whacks Apollonia, and Barzini massacres my boy, well, pretty soon you've got Clemenza whacking Strachey, you're whacking Tatalia, Cuneo, Mo Green. It makes it very hard to focus on your nephew's baptism. And that's why we have a legal system, so these things don't get out of hand. There's a Greek tragedy about this called the Oresteia by Aeschylus. I promise this is about Saul. The Oresteia starts out with a roaring rampage of revenge. This guy Agamemnon whacks his own daughter as a sacrifice to the gods, but his wife, Clytemnestra, is not thrilled about it. So she whacks Agamemnon. But then her son Orestes whacks Clytemnestra to avenge Agamemnon, and then the Furies, the goddesses of vengeance, They're about to whack Orestes, but Athena intervenes and teaches everyone the concept of a trial by jury, establishing Athens as a city ruled by law and not revenge. Legal justice takes the right to retaliate from victims and gives it to the state, which prevents the endless whacking cycles, but at a cost. Revenge is sweet, and sadistic itches don't get scratched if law makes justice into an impersonal, bureaucratic procedure. Where's the fun in that? The people demand blood. Now, for most of legal history, that hasn't been a problem. It's traditional for criminal justice to overlap with public entertainment. Hanging, burning, beheading, lashing, slicing, lion feeding, drawing and quartering. But then these people called liberals showed up, the kind of people who would later become film critics. And these liberals noticed that the same symmetry that makes retribution satisfying also makes it absurd. If the punishment is the same as the crime, then how can you say that one is good and the other is bad? Two wrongs don't make a right. It doesn't make sense to kill people to show that killing is wrong. But then what are we supposed to do with criminals? One liberal solution is to redefine the goal of justice, to say the aim is not to punish criminals, but to rehabilitate them. And that's what Jigsaw says he's doing.
I think I'm right then. There must be a correlation between...
It's a reawakening.
He believes in giving people second chances.
Extreme religious conservatives.
But John Kramer's idea of rehabilitation is somehow more sadistic than revenge. His traps make John Doe's murders look humane. This is one of the more intriguing ideas in Saw, that a supposedly altruistic method of rehabilitation
the point of this video essay is Jigsaw's a piece of shit.
It's kind of like A Clockwork Orange, where for the first half of the movie, criminal sadist Alex brutalizes people, and then he goes to prison where the law brutalizes him.
An eye for an eye, I say. Someone hits you, you hit back, do you not?
Criminal justice mirrors criminal violence. Alex's former gang become police. Same sadism, different team. But then liberals take over the government and reform the penal system, promoting rehabilitation over retribution.
The new view is that we turn the bad into good.
But their rehabilitation turns out to be behavioral conditioning that basically amounts to torture.
Stop it, please, I beg you!
Violence is a very horrible thing. That's what you're learning now. Your body's learning it.
So the rhetoric of scientific progress and reform just puts a humanistic spin on transformative violence, which is really just an even stricter form of domination.
Violence is a very horrible thing.
Killing is distasteful.
There's a paradox in the liberal animosity toward cruelty, kind of like the paradox of intolerance, that in order to be tolerant, you can't tolerate intolerance. The essayist Montaigne, now that's what I call elevated, articulates this paradox in his essay Of Cruelty, which by the way is just such lib shit. He says cruelty is the worst vice. He gets all squeamish about torture, public executions, and even hunting. Hunting! This 16th century man was so woke, he probably had pronouns. Anyway, his phrase is, I cruelly hate cruelty. That's the paradox, that even the most pacifist morality is still driven by an aggressive impulse, a cruel hatred of cruelty. Liberals theoretically value compassion and oppose cruelty, and they often say they don't believe in retributive justice, but yes they do. They just use different words for it. Instead of crime and punishment, they use vague, evasive terms like actions and consequences, accountability. You voted for the leopards eating people's faces party. Now the leopards ate your face. You know, it's like poetry. It rhymes. Some progressive communities advocate what they call accountability processes as an alternative to the oppressive carceral logic of criminal justice. But the supposedly non-carceral accountability processes often still implicitly involve some kind of retributive punishment, from public shaming at best to, well, Kai Cheng Tom describes an incident where, quote, a person who claimed that they were a survivor of intimate partner violence asked the community to beat up their abuser as part of their accountability process, a request that was fulfilled and put the named abuser in the hospital, endangering their life. I want to play a game.
Pop pink!
I think it's probably impossible to separate justice from cruelty. They're too emotionally
No, you're right.
entwined. I think you can reduce cruelty, but you probably can't get rid of it entirely.
I mean,
That's
Mama,
why people love
organized
vigilantes
violence, it's
so
like
much.
police.
You know, like Batman.
Right?
I'm vengeance.
That's why a lot
Most
of them are...
superheroes, really.
Who is Spider-Man? He's a criminal, that's who he is. A vigilante.
Or Maryland's own beloved Saint Luigi. Or like Gary Plochet, a father who became a folk hero in the 80s when, on live TV, he whacked the diddler who molested his son. Vigilantes reclaim the right to punish from a justice system many people feel is simply not violent enough, especially when it comes to CEOs and diddlers. And far be it from me to besmirch the good name of diddler whacking, most people in Gary's situation would want to do the same. But what should we make of gun YouTubers reenacting Gary's kill shot to celebrate Father's Day?
So gang, we ready to catch a predator? Catch? What do you mean catch? Catch 38 special in the skull.
Are we doing this for justice? Or because it's so much fun, Jan?
We got our diddler here.
And I'm honestly not judging. I'm not even trying to harsh the buzz. I just think it's good to ask yourself the question before these things get out of hand. In Adelaide, Australia, in the 90s, this guy called John Bunting recruited a gang of youths for the noble
Adelaide, Australia, bitch. That's my hometown.
purpose of whacking diddlers.
Wow.
But the gang also started whacking and torturing people just for being gay, or fat, or disabled, or women.
Yeah.
And they started dissolving the bodies in barrels of acid hidden in a bank vault. And well, long story short, they ended up becoming the most infamous serial killers in Australian history.
Awesome.
There's a movie about it. It's depressing. Criminology calls these kinds of murderers mission-oriented serial killers to distinguish them from lust-crazed Jack the Ripper types. A Jack the Ripper knows his violence is wrong.
Sorry, I'm pausing for a second. Kason, I think there's a difference between thinking people deserve to die and thinking people should die, especially in extreme and cruel ways, and not mourning the death of someone. For example, do I believe people should be killed and be murdered? Not exactly, no. But am I going to feel remorse and grief for someone horrible that has been killed? I'm not. I'm not going to extend empathy to those kinds of people. I will say they should not have died in that manner, nor in that way, but I'm not going to feel bad or for them, right? I'm not going to feel bad for them. I'm not going to feel bad over the fact that they died. I'm just going to say that should not have happened, but I'm also not extending any kind of sympathies for this person that died. Because why should I, right? I think honestly it's kind of that simple. I'm not out to kill people. But when someone absolutely horrible kicks the bucket, there's no obligation for me to feel any kind of sadness for that person. I think it's pretty simple.
I always knew that it was wrong, but...
The transgressive thrill might even be a part of why his crimes are so much fun, Jan. He's playing Satan. The John Bunting type is playing God, or God's enforcer. He channels aggression through the superego because he needs a moral pretext.
Is that to say, John, that what you were doing was God's good work?
I was chosen.
Most mission-oriented killers are rancid little Hitler types, social cleansers, who see themselves as purging society of undesirables.
Yep.
Whores, skunk pussies, buggers, queens, fairies, dopers, junkies. Someday a real rain will come and wash all this scum off the streets.
Yep.
Like John Doe, whose murders are basically just hate crimes. You know, he kills a fat guy for being fat.
A disgusting man who could barely stand up.
He kills a sex worker for being a sex worker.
And let's not forget the disease-spreading whore.
He kills a Jewish lawyer by making him sacrifice a pound of flesh.
And you both must have secretly been thanking me for that one.
This kind of killer does by vigilante violence essentially the same thing fascists do by law. People support fascist politicians because they need daddy's permission, or even better, daddy's orders, to unleash sadistic impulses. They're like a firing squad waiting for the signal to shoot.
Mama, as you said,
you will give everything.
Organized violence.
Every cell in your body.
Jigsaw is a mutation of John Doe, but he's a different kind of vigilante. He does often target people on the margins of society. Addicts, sex workers, the mentally ill, but he's not a social cleanser. He also targets people he accuses of wasting advantages from birth.
From birth, you've all been given the advantages of few others.
Check your privilege. As we've discussed, Jigsaw has no moral consistency. Some traps require forgiveness, others require murder. Some require cooperation, others betrayal. The theme of sadistic rehabilitation might suggest that Jigsaw is a hypocritical liberal, but I also think that's wrong. I have a theory about Jigsaw that's halfway between analysis and fan fiction, and I'm going to tell it to you now because
I'm
if
surprised
you've watched the video this
she hasn't
far,
talked about
it's
I
too late to
spit on
stop.
your grave,
You're
honestly.
trapped. I want to play a game. I think Jigsaw can best be understood by comparing him to two other characters, his ex-wife Jill Tuck and his copycat turned disciple Mark Hoffman. I guess we need to address the copycat thing. A lot of the Saw sequel's problems stem from the third movie killing off the two most interesting characters, Jigsaw and his disciple Amanda, who turns against him after finally realizing his philosophy is bullshit.
It's bullshit. Nobody changes. You do is no different than murder. Nobody is reborn. It's all bullshit!
Saw 3 is clearly the conclusion of a trilogy, but it made too much money. That's why I'll still be watching new Saw movies in the nursing home.
Yep.
You think it's over just because I'm dead? The games have just begun.
Every sequel
I'm
after
still
3
here.
has to come up with convoluted reasons for why traps are still a thing, usually involving an ever-expanding lineup of Jigsaw disciples and copycats.
I told you he's God.
To the work of his followers.
One of these copycats is Detective Mark Hoffman, a dirty cop turned vigilante avenger whose traps are simply punishments for people who deserve it.
Justice is the backbone to every peaceful society.
For example, Linkin Park frontman Chester Bennington, who Hoffman glues to a car seat because he's racist.
You, your girlfriend, and your friends are all racist.
He judged others based on the color of their skin.
Get them!
Now he has to rip his own skin off in order to survive. Contrapasso.
Oh yeah, that's Linkin Park singer, isn't it?
I'm so glad I read hundreds of stanzas of Italian poetry so I'd have a word to describe what happens to Chester Bennington in Saw 3D. Hoffman's first trap was a bladed pendulum, Edgar Allan Poe, hey how are you, that sliced in half the murderer who killed his sister. A straightforward revenge whacking.
This is the guy that murdered your sister? Well then I'd say justice was served.
Kramer then kidnaps Hoffman and converts him into a born-again Jigsawnian by pointing a shotgun at his face. A very persuasive argument. Hoffman and Kramer are supposed to represent two opposing views of justice. Hoffman's retribution versus Kramer's view that everyone deserves a chance at rehabilitation. But by this point in the series, we've seen enough to know that Kramer and Hoffman really aren't that different. In Saw 4, we learned that Kramer's first trap was also revenge adjacent. So Kramer used to have a wife, Jill Tuck, who ran a clinic for recovering addicts. While she was pregnant with their son, Jill was attacked by one of her patients, causing her to miscarry. As so often happens to the wives of characters who matter, John's subsequent depression led to their divorce, and to the failed suicide attempt that inspired his torture career, his first victim being Cecil, the very addict who attacked his wife and killed their unborn son. Kramer puts Cecil in a trap that forces him to push his face through interlocking
Little Billy is meant to represent their unborn son. Fuck, I forgot about that.
knives
To match your face with the ugliness of your soul.
So just like Hoffman's, Kramer's first victim was a criminal who harmed his family. Kramer claims that this is not revenge, but yes it is.
We can never come from anger or from vengeance.
Yes you can. Yes you do. I'm yelling at a fictional serial killer, just completely losing it. Kramer often chooses victims who have harmed him in
Look at how ugly this color grading is. Why does it look like this? What's with like the glow effect? This is meant to be a flashback, by the way. It looks like the Matrix. Oh god, I don't even want to blame them for this one.
some way. The doctor who gave him a terminal diagnosis, the health insurance CEO who denied coverage for his experimental treatment, the scammers who defrauded him. Even when there's no direct revenge motive, he tends to target people who reflect personal fixations. Like he has a general vendetta against addicts, doctors, and frauds. Several victims are also in failing marriages or are parents who don't appreciate their children.
The heart cannot be involved. It can never be personal.
But obviously the heart is involved, and it's extremely personal. This is the good kind of inconsistency, the kind that makes John Kramer an interesting character. Like all men who claim to be purely rational, Kramer lacks emotional self-awareness. He doesn't understand why he does the things he does. The problem is that I'm not sure the writers understand it either. They even try to lampshade Kramer's backstory.
Girl loves boy, boy loves girl. Boy gets girl pregnant, girl loses baby, boy turns into a serial killer. Jill,
I was editing,
but
then I was eating bagels.
It actually all makes perfect sense.
I started watching this.
Allow me to explain. According to the cognitive linguist George Lakoff, I promise this is about Saw, liberals and conservatives are so polarized because their worldviews are based in two different models of the family, which he calls strict father morality versus nurturant parent morality. But I'll just call it daddy politics versus mommy politics, because that's more fun. Liberals align with mommy politics, the idea that an ideal parent or government should act like a nourishing and compassionate mother. In Saw, this is represented by Jill Tuck in her rehab clinic, where she treats addicts with care and patience.
All I wanted to do was help them.
You can't help them. They have to help themselves.
Conservatives align with daddy politics.
They called me daddy.
Their ideal parent or government behaves like a punishing father.
Very smart man said he's our daddy.
Right-wingers say that a conservative is a liberal who's been mugged. And that's basically Jigsaw. Cecil's attack on Jill is the exact moment that John Kramer became Heisenberg.
Wake up! I am awake. You know, it's like Daddy arrived and he's taking his belt off, you know?
Daddy argues with Jill over her compassionate mommy approach to rehab, which he dismisses as naive and ineffective.
These people, they will continue to hurt you.
They're addicts, John.
He presents Amanda as evidence
Amanda's
that torture rehab works.
It works.
But Mommy realizes Daddy is a psycho
So not
and wisely
Amanda,
pieces
his
out.
wife,
Her
I forgot
dreams
her
of
name.
being a wine mom shattered. Daddy then steals the motto of Mommy's clinic,
Cherish your life. The fucking motto.
and he scrawls it in blood red paint on the walls of his torture chambers alongside other inspirational slogans, like if the Manson family became high school guidance counselors. John's fight with Jill gives us insight into his hypocrisy. Daddy politics makes no distinction between punishment and rehabilitation, because according to Daddy, punishment is rehabilitation.
Once you see death,
Negative affirmation
know what the value of life
versus
is.
positive
Less strict
affirmation.
forms of discipline are seen as merely coddling that spoils children.
If you allow your hormone-addled 15-year-old daughter to slam the door of her bedroom and give you the finger, you're gonna get more of it. And those kids are gonna wind up in rehab.
You can't help them. They have to help themselves.
What did he just say? You want to know what's super ironic about that? Many studies have shown that if you have a child that is combative, right? If you have a child that is rebellious, they are probably going to be a stronger person and a more free-thinking person. It's like the great struggle from parents, what I've heard. If you have a child that's rebellious and stands up to you, it's annoying to deal with, but it's also somewhat good in the long run, because it means you know that that kid is probably going to be an individual thinker, supposedly. Which is why it's crazy. No, lock them down. Force them under your rules. Don't let them talk back to you. Don't let them do anything.
And that's why Jigsaw is not a lib. He has the right-wing mindset that Daddy needs to beat his children because he loves them.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl. And you're only gonna get better when you take responsibility for what you did. That's not said in the spirit of hate. It's not said in the spirit of vengeance or bigotry. Far from it. It's said in the spirit of justice.
Jigsaw takes this logic to the extreme,
Ew.
like a loving God who damns his children to eternal hell. Or as apologists would have it, he lets them damn themselves.
You did this to me.
No. You did this to yourself.
Free will is very important to Daddy.
Make your choice. Make your choice. Make your choice. Make your choice. The choice is yours. The choice is yours. The choice is yours. The choice is yours.
The choice has been all yours.
Jigsaw is a paternal tyrant whose traps are often tests of obedience masquerading as lessons in gratitude. They always begin with instructions, orders, delivered by cassette or clown. Several traps mainly seem to emphasize the importance of following the rules.
There are rules. The rules.
You have to play by the fucking rules!
Can you follow Follow the rules.
To ensure that the rules are followed.
Don't forget the rules.
Shut the fuck up!
But you don't like rules, do you?
Many traps are also projective repetitions of the trauma caused by Jigsaw's cancer. Cancer treatments like radiation or chemotherapy are torturous ordeals, which, like Saw traps, patients choose to endure for a better chance at survival. Other treatments, like the craniotomy needed to remove Jigsaw's brain tumor, involve sacrificing part of the body for the survival of the whole.
Think of the explosives as a sort of cancer. A malignancy that must be cut out.
Fuck, I watched this in theaters and me and my friend started laughing when he was like, think of them as some kind of cancer. And we're like, oh, for fuck's sake.
For you to survive.
Jigsaw reinflicts this trauma on victims of the many traps requiring amputation. These traps are projections of John's cancer and also symbols of a moral cancer. It's like when Jesus said, if your right eye causes you to stumble, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to be thrown into hell.
He was speaking metaphorically. He does that a lot.
Jigsaw takes this literally. In one trap, a police informant who spied on others must cut out his own eye.
To give up the one thing you rely on in order to go on living.
There's a lot of traps like this in Spiral, the 9th Saw, which comedian Chris Rock produced and starred in because he wanted to use the Saw franchise to comment on police brutality and also to complain about women.
He made $1 billion selling shrimp, and she still wouldn't fuck him. Women cheat too. I'm going through a divorce. Don't drain my battery watching Twilight.
Also, we probably...
This movie fucking sucked. It sucked. It didn't even feel like a Saw film. I despised it.
Probably wanted to cast Samuel L. Jackson so he could say,
You wanna play games, motherfucker?
That was good.
In Spiral, an ACAB Jigsaw copycat puts a trigger-happy cop in a trap that forces him to sacrifice his trigger-happy fingers. Another cop sent innocent people to jail with false testimony and, well, Proverbs 10:31, the treacherous tongue shall be cut off.
Yeah.
Saw at its best is not torture porn. It's torture poetry, like Dante without a god to hide behind. It reveals the implicit cruelty of moral judgment by making grotesquely violent spectacles out of it. And its unpleasantness offers a kind of insight missing from every feel-good revenge movie. At least, this is what I want Saw to be. But I'm not completely sure that's what it is.
Nah.
My whole defense of these movies hinges on Jigsaw being the villain, on everyone agreeing that Jigsaw is bad. No. We do all agree that Jigsaw is bad,
Kaysen?
Right?
Kaysen? Explain
Saw
yourself.
10, the most recent installment in the franchise, premiered in 2023, nearly
This
2
one
decades after
rocks.
the original. It's the first film in the series to get mostly positive reviews from critics.
It was an awesome
How
movie.
often does that happen? That a franchise
in
has
terms of
9
Saw.
consecutive movies that critics trash as unwatchable snuff films, and then the 10th comes out and they say, actually, that was pretty good. So what separates Saw 10 from the other films? Well, the cinematography is a little more elevated. There's none of that crazy panic attack editing. Tobin Bell does give his best performance.
But I like the panic attack editing. I was about to say, I don't know if she's going to mention it. Saw 10 does that thing with the Mexican color filter. As in, he's going to Mexico. He's like, I'm going to Mexico. I leaned over to my friend in the theater and I said, watch, they're going to give it like the brown filter. She went, what? Gets to Mexico, guess what fucking happens? They immediately give it the fucking brown filter. And she looked at me and started cracking the fuck up. And she was like, how did you know? And I was like, because they always do that in Hollywood.
In 19
They always
years
make
of
Mexico
playing
look
Jigsaw,
unappealing
but the
and
most dramatic
dirty.
change is that Saw 10 tells the story from John Kramer's point of view. Jigsaw is not the villain of this movie. He's become an anti-hero. Unlike most Saw movies, Saw 10 doesn't open with a trap. Instead, we get a moody sequence of John Kramer in an MRI scanner, emphasizing his sickness and vulnerability. When Kramer's doctor tells him he has only a few months to live, an acquaintance from the cancer support group refers him to a Norwegian quack, Dr. Cecilia Peterson. What is it with Petersons?
You've each been working a grift.
Who offers John experimental treatment for the low price of $250,000. John agrees and goes to
Yeah.
Mexico,
That's
where he's
kind of what she was
kidnapped by
talking
what
about,
appear to
Frozen.
be cartel
'Cause I agree.
goons, but are in fact Cecilia's assistants, who require this charade because they're supposedly being persecuted and silenced
see?
by assistants,
So they're in Mexico.
who require what according
Look at the
to
difference
Cecilia Peterson, their support
between
group
the filter here
refers to is kidnapped
and the
by what
filter here.
appear to be cartel goons, but are in fact
They have to stop fucking doing this. It's enough.
Cecilia's assistants, who require this charade because they're supposedly being persecuted and silenced by Big Pharma.
The big drug companies are always
Look how
one step.
fucking yellow it is. Mexico doesn't look like that. I haven't even been to Mexico. And I know it's not always surrounded by a piss filter. Like, come on. It's so stupid.
Behind.
It's a business!
At the clinic, Cecilia introduces John to her medical team, Matteo, Valentina.
I'm gonna make a movie one day. They can't keep getting away with it. I agree. I'm gonna make a movie one day. The movie's gonna be set in Mexico and Texas, and I'm gonna flip the script. Texas is gonna get the piss filter. Mexico is gonna be beautiful, crystal clear. And everyone's gonna go, huh? And it's going to be a litmus test on how many people that will confuse. Trust.
Diego and Gabriela, who in reality are a drug dealer, a prostitute, a cab driver, and an addict. These frauds perform pretend brain surgery on John and tell him that he's cured. But when he returns to the clinic with a thank you gift, he discovers he's been scammed. In jigsaw mode,
We cracked the fuck up in the theater. The whole theater
clinic with a
cracked
thank you
up
gift, he discovers he's been
when he did that wig snatch. Because we were like, how can you not feel that you, like, haven't been operated on? When you've been operated on, when you've got stitches and shit in your head, you feel that. You feel that like crazy. So we were cracking up like, how did you not fucking feel that?
scammed, and jigsaw mode is activated. He summons Amanda, who makes a sitcom entrance, everyone claps, and the two abduct the scammers and punish them in contrapasso traps. Diego, the fake surgeon, has pipe bombs sewn into his arms, which he has to surgically remove with scalpels. Matteo, the fake anesthesiologist, has to perform real brain surgery on himself without anesthesia.
That one was rough.
Gabriela, the aide, has to break her own hand and foot with a hammer to escape her shackles before a radiation machine burns her to death. Saw 10 is basically just a revenge movie. In the fuck around act, the scammers defraud Kramer. In the find out act, he exacts revenge by ironic medical torture. The revenge is cruel and not fully satisfying because the least deserving get the worst of it. Cecilia's staff, who are all disadvantaged
They're all
people
worth a
struggling
damn
to
movie,
survive.
except for Spiral.
Cecilia gets off easy,
They're messy,
merely
that's
having
what-
to
that
escape
makes
from
them
poison
fun.
gas by
'Cause it's
sacrificing
fun,
a boyfriend
Jen.
who she clearly doesn't give a shit about. That this movie is basically about an American torturing Mexicans is also a little awkward considering the whole political, all that stuff that's happening. But Jigsaw is not the villain of this movie. Cecilia is. She even puts Carlos, an innocent child, in one of Jigsaw's traps, waterboarding him with blood.
Oh yeah.
This is good. There's not enough child torture in movies these days.
Not waterboarding, huh? Bloodboarding.
In Saw 10's final shot, John,
we laughed at
Amanda,
that
and
too.
Carlos step out together into the sunrise. What does this mean? Is it rebirth?
Step out together in the incredibly piss-colored sunrise. God.
Step out together into the sunrise. What does this mean? Is it rebirth?
It's a reawakening.
Is it the triumph of the nuclear family? Saw movies aren't supposed to end like this. They're supposed to end with gore and screaming and misery. But the more important question is, how have we gone from the Jigsaw of Saw 1, a dangerous maniac who was fully prepared to kill a child just to punish her father's vague crimes against Darwinian instinct, to the Jigsaw of Saw 10, a considerate old man bringing predatory frauds to justice?
All of you, you promised dying people, that you could save their lives. And in doing so, you took advantage of the only thing that they still possessed: hope.
is the culmination of a series-spanning trend toward framing
You know what's
violence as
funny? The movie is about him torturing people who are Mexican, but the actual runner of the grift is Norwegian. At least I think she was Norwegian. So she hired those guys from Mexico and she took advantage of them. And I was like, why is he hurting the people that were also taken advantage of? Why would you not directly go to the CEO and be like, what the fuck is your problem?
retribution,
and torture her.
the same trend we saw in Tarantino's career. And I don't know what the writers of Saw 10 were thinking, but my guess is that they were attracted to the revenge plot structure because it makes the violence feel less bad. If that's the case, I guess it worked. The critics are finally happy. There's a general pop culture tendency
Jigsaw did
to
not slime his
reimagine
ass.
villains as tragic anti-heroes. Joker, Maleficent, Wicked. Remember that Cruella movie where the tragic backstory is that her parents were murdered by Dalmatians?
No.
I guess I admire the bravery it takes to ask bold questions, like, is evil so wrong? But did we really need to do this with Jigsaw? Even when writers actively discourage it, a lot of audiences still end up identifying with characters who are violent psychopaths. You know, the you missed the point by idolizing them
Okay, Patrick Bateman is there.
starter pack. Patrick Bateman,
There he is.
Walter White, Tyler Fight Club. Most teenage boys go through a stage of identifying with these characters despite the creator's intentions. Which brings us back to the question we started with. How does watching violence make you feel? I've told you my feelings, but the truth is that it's more subjective than anyone wants to admit. Steven Spielberg said, of course every war movie, good or bad, is an anti-war movie. Francois Truffaut said the exact opposite, quote, I find that violence is very ambiguous in movies. For example, some films claim to be anti-war, but I don't think I've really seen an anti-war film. Every film about war ends up being pro-war.
I was about to say, Steven Spielberg, in my opinion, is unbelievably fucking wrong. Unbelievably wrong. And the reason I know this is because if you ask people who are in the military, their favorite films and their favorite like medias tend to be war medias, tend to be war films. They have glorified war and being in the military through the shit that they've watched. This is why when it comes to the conversation of Attack on Titan, I don't know if that's anti-war. I don't agree that Attack on Titan is anti-war because at the end of the day, they still thanked Eren for that genocide. They still said Eren had a reason for that genocide, and people will still argue that Eren had that reason, that there was a reason for that genocide that Eren inflicted upon the world. And a lot of people say, no, they don't, no, they don't. I've encountered so many of these people. The story itself basically forgives Eren. His friends forgive him. They mourn him. They miss him, right? That is literally pro-genocide. That is being empathetic towards someone committing a genocide. That is giving genocide a reason. And it's insane that people don't see that when I talk about it. And it's like, the only way to make this series anti-war and anti-genocide is for us to hate Eren. Not just us, but his friends. All of them. Every single one of them had to be massively disgusted by him. Armin couldn't cry for him. Armin couldn't hug him. Armin shouldn't have felt sorry for him in any way. It should have been, what a disgusting thing you're about to do. This is a disgusting thing you are planning. I don't care your reasons. I don't care your thoughts or feelings for it. It's not the answer, right? Instead, we get them mourning him. It literally ends with Mikasa mourning him. She fucking names her child Eren. Which is why when so many people tell me, no, Attack on Titan's actually anti-war, anti-genocide, I'm like, I don't think it is. I think you think it is. I think maybe even the author thinks it is. But it's not. Because it's making us sympathize with the guy committing the genocide. No matter how you look at it, that's what it's doing. And I despise that.
Truffaut said the exact opposite, quote, I find that violence is very ambiguous in movies.
Well, for example, another example is One Piece. How are there so many Marine fans? And don't get me wrong, Oda does sometimes present the Marines as morally grey. He does sometimes present the Marines as heroes, but of course that's also part of the story. That's part of the propaganda that we are being fed. I stand by that characters like Garp are supposed to be questioned. They're supposed to be seen as brainwashed dogs. Garp's animal is literally a dog. That's his animal. He wears justice on his back and he chases down his own grandson and clearly goes against the beliefs of his own son because he doesn't like that his son has become a revolutionary. He's spoken of that, right? Like Garp has spoken of that. How in the world does One Piece have so many fans of the Marines, have so many people who defend the Marines within One Piece? The Marines are not there for us to defend. They are there for us to question. Are they really the heroes of the people? Are they really the good guys? Oda wouldn't be adding scenes like Sengoku in the cafeteria going, God, how the fuck are we meant to protect people when they're hunting us down? As he's eating in the cafeteria to show us the guy that stabbed a Marine was a poor, starving old man trying to save his family, and the Marines were clearly giving him nothing. They were doing nothing to help him. They were doing nothing to protect him. In the same way Vivi was not being protected. In the same way they had to lie about who saved Alabasta. They had to lie that Smoker saved them. Tashigi saved them. Smoker was not happy about that. The Marines are clearly made to be questioned on who they actually are, on what the justice they're doing actually is, right? And then people would talk about the Marines in the highest of praises. No, they do protect people. They are there for the people. And when I bring up the points, they protect under conditions. They protect so long as they're told they can protect. If they're told, no, you can't protect this area of people, then they don't. Then that's a liability to them. Then they're not going to touch them. They will only protect who the world government demands they protect. Otherwise, guess what? They're bombing O'Hara. They're killing little girls. They're killing children. They're chasing down children like Law who had white lead disease, right? That's exactly what they're doing. And so many people don't seem to understand that. And of course, I truly believe it's anti-war. I really do believe One Piece is anti-war. But the issue is war looks cool. Organized violence looks cool. Military systems look cool, right? People like the Marines because they look cool and they're being fed the propaganda within the story and believing it, that the Marines really are good for the world of One Piece. And of course, they're not. We keep seeing so many more horrible Marines than we've ever seen good Marines. Smoker is an exception. Kobe is an exception. Garp, to an extent, is an exception, but he still fucks up. Kobe also still fucks up. We are given exceptions. We are not given the entirety of the Marine organization. The entirety of the Marine organization is fucked. And people don't seem to understand that. Smoker is such an exception that he'll do things without the Marines knowing, such as helping Luffy. In Punk Hazard, he was making sure that was not known, right? He knows the Marines are fucked up in the same way Garp knows, but he's a dog. He can't get himself out of this hole because he's dug it himself. He's been digging it for too long. He can't jump out now, right? It just drives me nuts. But no, Francois, they are totally correct. It's very hard to ever find a pro-war film because there are way too many people that watch pro-war stuff and they watch anti-war stuff and they glorify it. No matter how much you say war is bad, they go, war is cool. That's exactly what people do with the Marines. The Marines are truly there to be questioned. They are not there to be idolized, and yet people idolize them. You just can't win, basically. You can't win. If you talk about war, you can't win.
For example, some films claim to be anti-war, but I don't think I've really seen an anti-war film. Every film about war ends up being
this is how it's about One Piece.
How can well-informed people disagree this dramatically? Truffaut must be right about the ambiguity of movie violence.
Grave of the Fireflies is probably the most anti-war film I have ever seen. And do you want to know why it's anti-war? Because we don't actually see the war. We don't actually see the combat, do we? Not to my knowledge anyway. What we see are children suffering from the ramifications of the war. We see children suffering because of what the war is doing. But if we cut to the war, then it starts to begin to be a bit pro-war, right? But Miyazaki was a genius in not wanting to show that. All he wanted to show was how the innocent people who had to continue living their lives within a war-torn country were living. right? Because Miyazaki is totally anti-war. Tons of his movies are anti-war. Miyazaki himself is disgusted by the shit that imperialist Japan did during World War II, right? So he never wanted to show the Japanese soldiers in World War II because he found them pretty disgusting. What he wanted to show was what happened to the common people within World War II, what children had to suffer through in World War II, because those are the innocent people. Those are the ones truly forced in the situation they were in. It was a genius move from him to truly show that he is not sympathizing with Japan. He's not sympathizing with what imperialist Japanese soldiers did. He's sympathizing with the fact that poor children and poor innocent people had to suffer because of this shit. Barefoot Gen is really good too. And Barefoot Gen is really, really good because it's incredibly anti-imperialist. Incredibly so. I'll never forget the beginning of that movie where the soldiers are marching through, and not the soldiers, but some of the citizens are marching through and they're like, oh, we lost the war. And the mum was like, who fucking cares? Who gives a shit? What war? For what? What are we even doing? Why were we fighting over there? Who cares if we lost or if we won? Look at this devastation. Who gives a fuck? And Gen's own father dodged the draft. He refused to go to the war because he found it immoral and he found it disgusting. And his own father was shamed because he didn't want to go to war, right? Barefoot Gen is the most anti-imperialist Japanese film probably ever, next to Grave of the Fireflies. It's incredibly anti-imperialist, right? Because it's not just, oh, this poor country got hit by an atomic bomb too, which is awful. It's also, well, what the fuck were we doing over there? The citizens had to suffer because our government decided to be imperialist fascist dickheads that were torturous to people overseas, right? It was just unbelievable. But they're such good movies. But no, Miyazaki was a genius for Grave of the Fireflies. Because it's
a movie like Apocalypse Now.
It's quite hard to sympathize with a movie about like World War II in Japan when they show the Japanese soldiers, because it's like, they're disgusting. Like, I would never ever fucking side with the imperialist Japanese soldiers, ever. What you need to show are the citizens, and you need to show the citizens condemning that behavior and showing us these were the real victims of this, right? And that's what Miyazaki does, and that's what Barefoot Gen does.
It's clearly intended to be anti-war, but what Francis Ford Coppola failed to consider is that a fleet of helicopters blasting Ride of the Valkyries while destroying a village is badass. Some people will identify with this, or even want to emulate it.
It's badass!
You hook your CD player up to the tanks.
It's the ultimate rush. Because you know you're going into the fight to begin with. And then you got a good song playing in the background. That gets you real fired up.
And probably the same is true of Saw. I can give endless reasons why I sympathize with victims.
Like, how many weebs joined the military and did the fucking Attack on Titan salute and was singing the opening theme, right? It doesn't matter how anti-war you think it is. Pro-war people and pro-war idiots are going to like it. Because it does, in a sense, glorify war. It does and it will. Because they're idiots. They don't see a difference.
In these movies. But that's literally just like my opinion, man. Even before Saw 10, there were definitely people who were attracted to Jigsaw. Like Eleanor, the Jigsaw fangirl in Saw 8 who has replicas of all his traps.
Hey, a girl's gotta have a hobby.
You get off on this shit?
Lots of people are fascinated by Kramer.
Now, Team Jigsaw personally offends me as an Amanda Lynn shipper.
Are you gonna behave?
But can I really judge them?
That's interpretation.
Didn't I just admit to identifying with Hannibal Lecter? And let's face it, Jigsaw's always had the ingredients of a badass anti-hero. He masterminds these crazy traps while always being calm and in control. He attracts vulnerable female followers with a creepy philosophy that makes no sense. You know, classic badass stuff. It's like Charles Manson or Jim Jones. Very popular men in their time.
You will give everything to me. Every cell in your body.
Jigsaw is daddy. He's taking his belt off, and people just go crazy for that.
Dad comes home, and he's pissed. Dad is pissed.
John Kramer could probably get elected in this country, and it would be an improvement. In her essay regarding the pain of others, Susan Sontag wrote, "No we should be taken for granted when the subject is looking at other people's pain." Now, she wasn't talking about horror movies, she was talking about photographs of war crimes, but the principle is kind of the same. Her point is that to different people, the same image could inspire peace activism or incite revenge violence or...
See, Kason, this is what I'm talking about. That's the slippery slope of interpretation. Because the issue is you want to give the audience the ability to interpret. You want to give them the opening to see what they want to see, right? Because if you do more than that, and you try and push a certain perspective or a personal way, then it comes off as preachy, it comes off as on the nose, and it comes off to some people as annoying. So do I believe that Freyren is a Nazi story because people take it that way? Fuck no. Do I believe people see it because Freyren doesn't look you in the eye and say, hey, I'm not a Nazi? Yes. Is that Freyren's fault? No. It's the fault of people who are already radical right-wingers, fascists, and Nazis. That's their fault. That's not Freyren's fault. That's the very slippery slope of interpretation.
Just satisfy morbid curiosity, like how Proust, the most elevated. We have arrived. Described, quote, that abominable, voluptuous act called reading the paper, whereby all the misfortunes and cataclysms suffered by the universe in the last 24 hours are transmuted into a morning feast for our personal entertainment. I love how lowbrow taste is sadistic bloodlust, and then middlebrow taste is, actually there are deep moral themes, and then highbrow taste is sadistic bloodlust again.
Nothing here. Is vegetarian.
Fuck, I need to
Spectacles of violence don't speak for themselves. Different people in different contexts will identify with victims or aggressors or no one at all. We need interpretation to know what violence means, to decide what team we're on, who's good and who's bad, who's innocent and who deserves it. And that's why it's so important to watch propaganda. Speaking of which, I did finally watch Fahrenheit 9/11.
Yep.
In that movie, this whiny lib called Michael Moore talks about how American politicians used 9/11 as an excuse to commit war crimes or whatever, and that's bad because people in other countries are human and their lives have value. Now, at first I was thinking, that sounds like the talk of someone who likes to sit in the cuck chair at the Motel 6 and watch his wife get by some with a but I think this whiny lib might actually have a point. Violence often feels
now,
right.
we all do know when she says whiny lib, she's being sarcastic. Yes.
Just to people who have been hurt, whether by 9/11 or cancer, or even something as trivial as, you know, your dad not hugging you ever, and then the first black president humiliating you at the White House Correspondents' Dinner because you spread a bunch of racist conspiracy theories. It doesn't need to make logical sense to feel emotionally true. And if daddy says it's true, that's all the permission some people need.
After all, this is the guy that tried to kill my dad at one time.
I guess I'm saying that Americans, well, we're kind of like Amanda in Saw, trauma-addled junkies with severe, undiagnosed personality disorders, constantly chasing the highs and lows of self-annihilation, driven to insane depths of cruelty by our hopeless attachment to an evil, narcissistic father figure who's old and dying and devoid of any purpose but inflicting as much pain as possible on his miserable plunge into the grave. And maybe if we could just become self-aware about this, we could do less of it. But how do we awaken that awareness in the masses? How do we bring this madness to an end? Well, I have no idea, I'm sorry. I'm a YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber trapped in a razor wire cage of my own making, and I'm just so sorry for everything. Game over. Oh wait, the game. It's over. Good. Well, that's it, everyone. I guess I'm gonna bleed out now. Good night.
That was a good one. Yeah, I'm shocked she didn't mention I spit on your grave. She didn't go deeper into a point of how do you counter propaganda? You watch propaganda, because of course what she means by that is to be able to see propaganda, you have to watch something that you know is propaganda. And I can't think of an example right now, but I've 100% done that before. But if you watch a movie or a show or anything that, oh, for example, like propaganda, right? Like if you watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine with the understanding that this is propaganda, even if you think it's not, it is, you will see how it works. We're making these cops fun, we're making them stupid, we're making the cases silly, right? But it's still propaganda, right? They're making police forces and police arrests and police tasks, they're making it look stupid. They're making police look harmless and silly. Like, it is propaganda. And I think you can watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I think you're allowed to like it, but I think you have to also watch it with the understanding of this is still propaganda. In the same way that if you watch, for example, like what police chase shit or whatever it is, and it's like, here are what the police doing, here are what they're helping. That's also propaganda. Yeah, My Hero Academia is 100% fucking propaganda. The fact that there's, again, righteous death at the end of My Hero Academia, he like kills the guy. That in itself is like, oh, it's righteous death. It's justful killing, right? Like, I literally have called my heroes like super police. Like, I was like, this is like super police shit, right? That is what it is. The propaganda of the heroes and villains and you're the good guy, right? Like, it's all that kind of shit. Yeah, they get the pass, exactly. Super, exactly. Anyway, back to editing. Sorry for that. But I just couldn't stop watching that, so you know how it is. Well, look, the funniest shows are the ones that try to lean the audience towards, no, this is not what we're saying. And by that I mean in Silence of the Lambs. While Silence on the Lambs focuses on a serial killer who is a, I think, transitioning transgender woman, they try to point out this is not the norm. This is not actually anything that transgender people do by having Jodie Foster say, but statistics show people from the transgender community are actually the most passive and the softest, like, of anyone, basically. So it's like, they're trying to tell us, no, this is not an anti-transgender movie. This is not anti-transgender propaganda. But of course, when it's something that's small, people are going to see it as that anyway, and then they're going to get the wrong idea from it. Look, I'm always of the opinion you can watch and enjoy anything. You just have to understand the intent. It's a serial killer. The main serial killer is supposed to be trans. And they try to reason around that, and I'm like, I mean, you're still doing the damage. Marvel movies, the MCU, that's pro-war slop. Pro-war, pro-military slop. Always has been. Always has been. Well, of course, separating art from artists only goes so far. Some people can do it, some people can't. Some people think they can, and they can't. Well, it's like the new Superman movie. The new Superman movie has righteous killing, righteous death. And that's exactly what she was talking about. Feels good. This is good violence. Kaysen, I don't think you're too weak for enjoying media that was made by a bad person. I think you're weak if you're actively giving money and funding that bad person. Hang on, where's my thing? Everything's problematic, bitch. Let's get you the ability to criticize media and still enjoy it. It's that simple. Well, this is why I'm terrified at the fact that pirating has become less and less of a known thing to do. So many people don't know how to do that anymore. Because I see pirating as two things. Something that makes media accessible that was otherwise inaccessible, such as global media, or media that you cannot find anywhere. Media for people who cannot afford it to be able to see. Because I believe anyone should be able to watch anything, basically, you know, as long as you're of age, obviously. So, if you can't afford media, it's a fantastic way to afford the media, to pirate it. Or as a way to boycott something. You still want to see it, but you do not want to give them money, right? It's like the ultimate slap in the face. Like, I'm not paying for this shit because you specifically piss me off. And I think that's a good thing. So with this new Harry Potter series coming out, I know it's gonna make money. Tons of people are gonna watch it, and I'm disgusted by that. I'm not disgusted at the fact that they want to watch it. I'm disgusted that they are going to support it on streaming platforms. They are going to support it by giving money to it, right? When something like this is prime pirating material. Don't give them any of your money. I know some people don't agree with that. Some people say just don't engage with the media whatsoever. But I've told you guys that I always find it cruel to tell people, just drop that media. Drop that art. Just do it. Like it's that easy. And it's of course not that easy. Like that art and that media has been as part of someone's life, right? For a very long time. So I think it's a bit cruel in a sense to say that. But you should not be paying for it. I'm going to actually think you're a piece of shit if you're paying for stuff like that. I'm trying to think of the best anti-war arcs that One Piece has. And I'm thinking... Alabaster's definitely up there. Alabaster and Skypiea. See, Marineford I struggle with, because once again, Marineford falls into that category of the amount of people that hype it up. The reason I know Marineford is not as anti-war as it should be is because people blame Ace. They blame Ace for the decisions that he made. The fact it's even a conversation around, well, should Ace have like done that? Did Ace do himself any favors? Is enough to tell me too many people are idiots. I argue this constantly. I am argued with constantly when I call Garp a coward. When I say Garp did nothing and people immediately turn on Ace and say, well, Ace, and it's like, sorry, one of them is the victim in this situation and it's not Garp. It's not Garp. Garp was a piece of shit in that entire situation, no matter how you want to sum it up. Well, the funniest part is, Doflamingo has that whole speech about what justice really is, and how justice is like, it's just made up by the 1%. They decide what justice is. Justice isn't real. And of course, he's saying that because he's the 1%. We find out he was part of the Celestial Dragons. We find out he knows justice is bullshit because he's part of the class that manufactured that bullshit. And of course, what gets lost on so many people is the Marines wear justice on their backs. Garp included. It's almost like Doffy's speech is there to totally make fun of and criticize the Marines as an organization. To show what actual bullshitters they are. And to show they are just dogs to who has deemed what to be justice. And it's like everyone. It's everyone that tries to turn it on Ace in Marineford. It's like they totally went over their heads. It's just unreal to me. I mean, we even have Garp getting beaten up by Dadan. Because Dadan was like, you're a piece of shit. You sat there and you did nothing. And people still defend Garp. There is not a single moment in Marineford where I ever felt any of this was Ace's fault. Ever. I'm shocked that people come out with that thought, especially when Ace says to Garp, you know, if I were in the military, if I were in the Marines, they would have killed me anyways. He straight up says that to him, and people have the audacity to say, how would Ace know that? It's almost like Ace was a victim of the Marine system his entire life. And it's almost like Ace is someone who has studied his enemies, has studied the system that oppresses him. He is 100% correct in what he's saying. Ace was too much of a threat, whether he were good or not. The Marines don't give a fuck whether you're good or not. If you can be made an example of, you will be made an example of. It's that simple. We got an arc, a recent arc in Egghead, where people feel bad for the Admiral, Kizaru. As if Kizaru wasn't following orders and trying to kill a little girl alongside his best friend. Last time we got an arc about an Admiral having to kill his best friend, Saul, we found out he actually couldn't go through with that. He clearly used a move on his best friend, Saul, that didn't kill him. He didn't want to kill him. We then see that he let Robin get away. We see Kuzan's disgust and shock in watching civilians get blown to pieces. A few years later, what happens? He contests against the Kainu because he thinks the way the Marines are being ran is disgusting. And he loses that battle. He leaves the Marines, and now he's joined up with the Blackbeard Pirates. It's almost like there's a cause and effect here. It's almost like the Marine system creates more criminals. Isn't that crazy? It's almost like this is what One Piece is trying to say, and people totally ignore that and go, but the Marines are good guys. It makes me insane. Bonnie was a little girl. Why the fuck was she made a criminal? Robin was a little girl. Why the fuck was she made a criminal? Law was a little boy. He was made a criminal because he was sick. Sick. The Marines are nothing. They're a bullshit organization that hunt down people they are told to hunt down. Justice is fabricated. The 1% created the justice and they follow it because they're their lapdogs. I don't know how much more obvious Oda can make that shit. It actually drives me insane. They knew it wasn't contagious. And people go, how do you know the Marines were the ones targeting Law? Law hated the Marines. He hated them. Use your brains. 1 + 1 equals? Exactly. Right? Kizaru crying and people feeling bad for him, his crocodile tears, I was shocked. I was shocked because I was laughing at him. I was shocked because I had totally different opinions of that. I was looking at Kizaru and saying, this is who you work for. This is your so-called lazy justice. When you don't care about the rules that you are following, when you don't care about the people that you are targeting, because I'm just following the rules, I'm just a cog in the machine. You are a problem. Because guess what? One day you will be forced to kill people you love. One day you will go against people that you care about. And guess what? Suddenly everything's in perspective because, oh, it affects you. Now it affects you. And now that it affects you personally, you can see the problem. And I don't give a fuck about this guy breaking down and crying. Sorry, blind justice. Oh, that's even funnier. Blind justice, yeah. So suddenly when it affects you, suddenly you have empathy. That's why I was shocked at people feeling bad about Kizaru in the Marines. I was shocked people were giving Kizaru wins and dubs because he helped the Straw Hats. Kizaru is not the rebellious one here. Luffy is. The Straw Hats are. Vegapunk is. There is one character in Egghead that realizes their sins. They realize the consequences of their actions and they want to rectify that. That was Stella. That was Vegapunk himself. He's being used as an example of this is a man who knew what he was doing. This was a man that knew the evils he was committing and he was turning a blind eye to it because he benefited from it. And now he's realized what a disgusting thing it is that he did. Disgusting. And now he's trying to fix that. He's trying to change that. And Sentomaru! And you expect me to look at Kizaru and care about his fucking tears when he did the absolute bare minimum he could ever do? He still went against the Straw Hats. He still fought against them. He still didn't compromise his position as a Marine Admiral under the Elders. He's still a coward. He's still spineless. I just can't believe people cared about Kizaru. I really can't. To me, that was Kizaru's just dessert. He fucking deserved that. He deserved that because he was an absolute spineless coward in Egghead. It's just crazy to me. Yeah, but he fed Luffy, and then what? He kept going against him. He kept targeting Bonnie. He kept doing nothing to actually save her. When Bonnie was being held up and ordered to be executed, shot at, where the fuck was Kizaru? He was about to let it happen. He was just following orders. God. Santamato and Vegapunk were the two characters that were actually trying, actively going against the system. Kizaru and Kuzan are not the same. You want to know why they're not the same? Because Kuzan, even though it took him time, actually wanted to change things, and he actually went against the Marines. Kizaru has not. Kizaru just was a go with the flow kind of guy. What Kizaru did in Egghead was nothing like what Kuzan did in Ohara. Kuzan was absolutely disgusted with everything to the point that he allowed Robin to get away. And he also made sure, to an extent, that Robin was not being caught, right? To an extent. But Kizaru's actions in Egghead were absolutely nowhere near Kuzan's actions in Ohara. Both of them were still not the best, don't get me wrong. But Kizaru was just sitting there allowing to let people die. Kuzan was not. Kuzan was absolutely disgusted by what he saw. Kizaru didn't give a fucking rat's ass until it concerned him. Kuzan didn't know Robin personally. Kizaru knew Bonnie personally. So here's my question to you. If Bonnie were not a little girl that Kizaru knew personally, if Kizaru didn't know Vegapunk personally, if Kizaru didn't know Kuma personally, would he have done what he did? Kuzan knew Saul. He didn't know Robin. He had absolutely no connection to Robin. Right? If Kizaru knew or didn't know who those characters in Egghead were, would he have felt that empathy? Would he have felt that pity? No! Because he's only been a cog in the machine until it affected him personally. Kuzan knew Saul, he didn't know Robin. Kuzan is not a double agent. I think this belief that he's a double agent is ridiculous because it goes against what he's doing. If Kuzan were a double agent, it would mean to an extent he believes in the Marines. He doesn't! The Marines actively turned their back to him and betrayed them. Akainu actively kicked him out because he lost the fight, because he didn't want to listen to him. It doesn't make sense that Kuzan's a double agent. He lost his leg fighting Akainu, trying to change something. Why in the world would he be a double agent? It doesn't make sense. I think it's very obvious that what Kuzan is trying to be, right, is what Kuzan is supposed to be, is a showing of this is what the Marine system does. Doesn't listen to anyone, and it chews them and it spits them out, and then they're given no choice, or essentially no choice, but siding with the so-called villains. Blackbeard's not a good guy. I don't agree with Kuzan siding with Blackbeard. However, Blackbeard said to Kuzan, we don't have to be friends, we just both want something. Kuzan clearly wants to change the Marines. He clearly wants a difference in the Marines. Even if it means siding with the villain, that's what he's gonna have to do. Because hey, Akainu wasn't listening to him. What the fuck else is he supposed to do in this situation? Put aside the fact, by the way, that the Marines letting Kuzan go, they've essentially created an atomic bomb. Kuzan is a walking atomic bomb. They just let him go. Kuzan is the Marines' responsibility now. Right? Not anymore. There's also a habit a trope in One Piece of when a Marine leaves the Marines, they're fucking left for dead. They're fucked. They have left people to be violent and people to be poor and people to fend for themselves once you leave the Marines. You get nothing by being in the Marines, basically. You better be loyal or you're gone. It's just crazy to me. I just didn't feel bad at all for Kizaru. At fucking all for Kizaru. Because he's always been purposefully naive in his orders. Always. He's always been purposefully blinded to what he's doing. Even though it's killing people and ruining lives. I didn't give a shit about what he was going through. Kuzan to me was more horrifying. Because again, Kuzan was younger. He was younger, and this was some of the first times he was ever seeing this shit. He didn't leave the Marines at that point, but he sure did try to change things after that. Kuzan, it's not the same as Dragon, but Kuzan to an extent is similar to Dragon. In the aspect of they both clearly were kind of mentored by Garp, and they were both clearly radicalized by the shit they saw the Marines doing. Dragon was immediate. Kuzan took a while, because Garp put this idea into his head that you can change the Marines, right? You can change things that's going on. Kuzan made it to the top. He was an admiral, and he still couldn't do anything, because his fellow admirals disagreed with him. It wasn't enough. Kuzan is a walking, like, answer to Garp's strategy, which is, will this work? I don't know. Kuzan is showing us it didn't work. Kuzan is showing us that 1 or 2 Marines do not change the system, even if they make it to the tippy top. I really don't know what's going to happen with Kobe, but I think Kobe's going to have this realization too. Oh, thank you, Baba. I don't know, there's something disgusting about Garp saying to Sengoku, Sengoku, if you end up like those guys, I'm gonna kill you. And Sengoku's like, haha, yeah, try it. And then cut to the future, Sengoku's like, Garp, I'm killing your grandson. Don't think you can stop it. And Garp goes, okay. Why are you a spineless fucking coward? What is going on, Garp? You have the power to change things. And you, like the others, are a fucking lapdog. It's just insane. Well, Kuzan clearly wanted to change things, and he wasn't allowed to, because this system is rotten to the core. You know? It's just so arse. Mama, don't even start. There's fucking nothing I'd appreciate. Thank you very much. Dragon's not a deadbeat dad. He was a dad forced into that position. Thank you very much. Dragon knew the risk of keeping Luffy with him. He had no choice. Oda even said that, by the way. Oda was literally asked, does Dragon love Luffy? And Oda was like, hello, can you read? He's the most wanted man in the world. Only bad things would happen if he kept Luffy around or with him. Especially after Dragon has said, a child is a parent's weakness. What that tells me is Dragon would drop everything. Everything, including the Revolutionary Army, if something happened to Luffy under his care. I think that's pretty clear. I think Dragon was allowed to have a child. Right? I think this idea of, well, maybe he shouldn't have had a kid. It's the same idea as, well, maybe Roger shouldn't have had a kid. And it's another way of saying Ace shouldn't have existed. And it's wrong. What a horrible thing to say. What a horrible thing to say. But imagine saying to Ace, Roger just shouldn't have had a son. Yeah, because a little kid would love to hear that. A little kid would love to hear their parents shouldn't have had you. It's literally another roundabout way of saying Ace shouldn't exist, which was the whole theme behind his character. Ace struggling to see if he should exist, right? And of course, the parents' sins do not make up for the son's or the child's. Oh yeah, Garp was in the military, was in the Marines while a bunch of pregnant women got chased down and like killed or tortured. That's awesome, right? Oh yeah, and he knew! Oh my god. The more I think about Garp, the more I'm like, no, he's 100% meant to be critiqued by us. He's interesting because he's a fucking old boomer. He's a passive old boomer. I just remember when people were like, Garp saving Kobe makes up for Ace. And how that made my blood boil. Because to me, that was a showing of the lengths Garp would go to for a Marine. And it was not the lengths Garp would go to for his loved ones. He puts his job and his status over his loved ones. Kobe was saved by him because he found value in Kobe. Because Kobe was a Marine that he wanted to change the Marines. Ace was not seen as any kind of value. He didn't follow Garp's orders. So Garp can't do anything. Genuinely made my blood boil when people were thinking that. The only way Garp could possibly make up for that is saving Luffy. Or even saving Dragon. And not throwing the fucking key in the cell passively without anyone seeing it. Again, coward's way out. But actually actively saving his loved ones. Well, look, the thing that gets me about Garp is he talks like he has no power. He has fucking plenty of power. Like, he was on the fucking boardroom meetings of what they should be doing regarding the Marines. How the fuck did he let Akainu in? How have these admirals become admirals? He would have been on the boardroom meetings for that. He acts like he's got no power. He's powerless. And it's like, you are incredibly powerful. You're just a spineless coward. Daddy, what? Daddy, chill. What gets me is people going, Garp hated the Celestial Dragons, that's why he didn't want to get a promotion. cognitive dissonance. As a Marine, you still work for the Celestial Dragons. You want to know how I know that? Because we saw plenty of runts still obeying the Celestial Dragons. The Marines still turn a blind eye for the world government. You, as a Marine, are still under the orders of the Celestial Dragons. Just because you don't take direct orders from them doesn't mean you don't still support them as their military. Be fucking for real. Look, it just amazes me that these conversations about Garp exist when we have a walking fucking argument for him, which is dragon. The Marines do good. The Marines do good. The Revolutionary Army is there to be same coin, different side, right? Ivankov even has that lecture where Ivankov says, how interesting. The Marines and the Revolutionaries just want to help people. And this is on the same page that Kuma said, Dragon, you were in the Marines. And Dragon said, I saw no justice there. I saw nothing of the sort there. On the same page, it's almost like something is being said here, where one of these organizations are not doing what they apparently are supposed to be doing, and the other organization is born out of a necessity to do what the Marines aren't doing, which is actually saving people. Isn't that crazy? Again, the reason a lot of Garp fans and Marine fans hate the Revs and hate Dragon, and they talk down Dragon, is because Dragon is a smoking gun. Whenever people say the Marines do this, the Marines do that, you can say, what about the Revs? What about Dragon? And they trip over themselves because it's an undeniable fact the Revs and Dragon are doing what the Marines refuse to do, which is offer actual protection, actual safety, actual resources to the people. Even the fucking Cross Guild is doing more. Don't get me wrong, the Cross Guild you need to give in order to get in the Cross Guild, right? But even Buggy is fucking giving money for people who need it, who are starving. It's just unreal. True, no one's being drafted into the Cross Guild. I just loved when the Cross Guild announced that they will be putting up rewards for the Marines, and the Marines were like, this is so unfair. This is so unfair. Aww. What? Don't like when you feel unfairly targeted? Don't like when you feel you unfairly have a target painted on your back? Don't like how you unfairly feel prosecuted for someone else's decision, right? Of you needing to be prosecuted? Oh no. The pirates level the playing field and suddenly they're whinging like a bunch of fucking children. Yep, that's exactly, I always mention that, Wicca. Always. It's such a good scene. To show Sengoku's whining and bitching is incredibly privileged. Incredibly privileged. The Marines are going, we now have to feel the fear that millions of people in the world feel at us existing. We now can't live comfortably being an organized physical force of violence while he eats his crackers in a cafeteria. It's beautiful irony, isn't it? The Marines now have to feel the way how many fucking millions of people in One Piece feel. Because now they're being targeted. Put aside the fact that it was about a man doing what he had to do because his family, his island, and him were starving. And the Marines were not helping him with that. The Marines, in fact, were actively serving the people that were making the starvation worse. Because guess what? They have to give tribute to the Celestial Dragons to be under the world government. To have protection. And that starves out tons of countries. Symbolism for Sengoku's goat. I'm not sure about his goat, but there's definitely symbolism for his fruit. He turns into a giant Buddha. And again, irony! Well, Mama, goats can be a symbolism for Satan. But I like his goat. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Wicca said kind of the same thing. That's true. We do see his goat eating books at one point, don't we? Hi, Kenny. I mean, banana. By the way, isn't it disgusting that the Marines do not disclose what happened at God Valley to other Marines? They do not disclose what the Marines must do for the Celestials at times like that. And I wonder why. I wonder why. Sengoku Seagull, it's M for Marines. That's the Marine symbol. Well, Zebek, like Roger, became the devil. Zebek was such a horrid pirate. Zebek was such a horrid pirate that he forced Roger and Garb to work together to defend the Celestial Dragons. Bullshit! I always knew that was bullshit. They protected the Celestial Dragons. Of course they fucking spin the story to make it seem like Garp and Roger specifically was protecting the celestial dragons. And you want to know why Garp is a spineless fucking coward? He doesn't even deny it. He doesn't deny it. If Garp were not spineless, he'd be fucking shouting from the rooftops, I was not defending or protecting any celestials on that day. That is not what was happening. Just unbelievable. I remember the second I saw Sengoku say that, I was like, that reeks of fake news. That reeks of propaganda. Of course they twist the story to say Roger defended Celestials. Even Roger, the pirate of pirates, couldn't go against the Celestial Dragons. He was protecting them. At the end of the day, he was somewhat fighting one. He was fighting one of the biggest ones of the world. The leader of the world. Roger was supposed to be forgotten. And then he did the Uno reverse of the One Piece. The One Piece is real. And then the Marines went second times the charm. And then Whitebeard said the One Piece. And then they went, fuck. It happened again. I can't wait for them to do it a third time. I'd say third time might be with Shanks, honestly. With Buggy, I'd love that. Oh, Vegapunk was 3. Wait, you're so right. But they weren't even trying to publicly execute Vegapunk. But they were trying to get him executed. They were trying to kill him. Because progress is bad in the world of the Celestial Dragons. Oh, this reference of to the One Piece. No, it's Roger. Roger, like, made it. That's his treasure. He called it the One Piece. Yeah. His execution was the debut. It also cracks me up that the world government, or like the news, they called Roger the King of the Pirates. He didn't even call himself that. And of course, that was done in a somewhat attempt to try and snuff the pirates out. Call one of them King of the Pirates. Kill him, Age of Pirates is over. Work the other way, because instead Roger started a new age of pirates, a greater age of pirates, because they let him speak at his execution. No, I don't think it has to be personal to Luffy. It just has to be someone of great influence declaring the One Piece to be real. Oh, Roger's such a diva. Roger would have made a phenomenal drag queen. Katrina, Katrina, Katrina. Gold diva Roger. That's true. Hi, Dragon. I was just talking about you. I fucked up this line so many times. I'll be honest, guys. I'm itching to play Rivals. I gotta work! Maybe when I finish this, I'll stream. Track my labor hours. I'm kind of forced to for my taxes. But my labor hours... My labor... I'm crowning! My labor hours are really easy to track because it's all my streaming. And they're very easy to prove. The labor hours that are hard to track are when I write and when I record. How do we feel about Bugs Bunny? How do we feel about Daffy Duck? Pickett? Is he? Between Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck, who would we choose? Daffy for reliability? Hell no. I don't know, just who'd you pick? The Looney Tunes show, by the way, is so fucking funny. I love Daffy in that. Oh, relatability. Sorry, I can't read. I'm a One Piece fan. But Daffy in the Looney Tunes show is so fucking funny. Your son looks like a girl! I loved him. Fuck with Tom and Jerry. Tom and Jerry was one of my first artistic awakenings when I was a wee lad. I was obsessed with watching the episode where they turned the basement into an ice rink, and the episode where Jerry made it to that rooftop party or something, and he would like waltz around with like weenie dogs and stuff. I don't even remember what that was called. And the piano episode. Tom and Jerry was one of the first like, whoa, like this is like art, like awakenings for me. Silent cartoons are so important for early childhood development. So Mama, you should put on One Piece and mute it. That'll be really good for them. But that's interesting to know, but it makes a lot of sense because it's teaching children to think about what they're seeing, aren't they? Not being told. Augie and the cockroaches, that shit was ass! Zoy, 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 zoy. I hated that show. I hated how much of a replica of Tom and Jerry it tried to be. Fuck, I've been an art critic ever since I was a bab. I was born annoying, I know this. Kason, you're forgetting about our most racist cartoon. Chop Socky Chooks. Fuck, is that one not aged well? Oh yeah. Because now Looney Tunes presents the message that this cartoon is hateful. It's full of bigoted stereotypes. And while we do not agree with it now, it's still important that we understand this is still what happened back then. Like, this is still something that we made. And this is still basically propaganda pieces that existed because of us. Because I don't agree with bury the bad stuff. I don't agree with that. Because that's burying history. If you just throw the dirty shit under the rug and pretend it wasn't there in the first place, you are doomed to repeat history. Return the slab. Bob L'Éponge. I watched French SpongeBob once when I was a little kid. I don't know why. I have no idea why I was watching French SpongeBob, but I was watching Bob L'Éponge. Bob l'éponge. Didn't understand a word of what was being said. Powerpuff Girls is fucking awesome. I stand by it. I loved Blossom. I used to have a Blossom doll. Don't know what happened to her. That is a chud move, Kason. The generational fave of my family has been Snoopy. Peanuts. My whole family loves Snoopy. And you know what's funny? My family is not a dog family. We're a cat family. And we all love Snoopy. Snappy. I went to Universal Japan and I saw Snoopy. I even got a photo with him. Here's me and Sarah. Look how happy I am. Snoopy. We look like we're holding Snoopy hostage. I promise he was happy to see us. We were both wearing Snoopy shirts too, that's so funny. Oh yeah, this is one I couldn't figure out how to keep my hair pink, so it was like this really light peach color. Alright, I've decided I'm done for the day. I want to play Rivals. I've only got 3 tracks left. That's good enough for me. So I'm gonna go on my box. And I'll see you guys in like 10 minutes for Rivals. Box time! Alright, see you guys! See you in about 10 minutes! Bye bye! Bye 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 bye!